Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Philip Grafoni. I'm from Skilled in Business Migration within Department for Innovation and Skills within the state government. So many of you might formerly know Skilled in Business Migration as Immigration SA, but we changed the name of the business unit pretty halfway through last year as well. Firstly, thank you to Icef for the opportunity to speak. Events like today's are always important, highly valued by the state government because we value about how important study and then in turn some clients that actually end up migrating to South Australia and making it their home as well. So for those of you that are from South Australia, welcome to Adelaide. We'll put on the best weather as well. So today I'll be focusing on the general skilled migration program. I myself have been working within skilled migration and business migration for the last 15 years. So over that time there's been many different changes. But the constant is we're still very, very passionate about attracting people to study and to live and invest and work in South Australia as well. So if people have got questions, I'm happy to meet people after the formal part of the presentation. I'm sure there'll be some online questions as well. So I'll just get on with the short presentation that we've got. And thank you very much for taking time out of your day to come and hear our presentation as well. So within the Australian Federal Government Migration Program, which is administered by the Australian Department of Home Affairs, there's a program called the General Skilled Migration Program. So every state in Australia participates in this program. Some states attract large numbers of applicants, some states get many less types of applicants. Fortunately, South Australia has always been a high user of the state-nominated or state-sponsored specific visa programs. So within that, we've given some concessions to students to try and attract them to come to live and work in South Australia as well. So rather than me read out word for word exactly what's on the presentation there, I'll just let that slide sit there for a while, and then just let it know that every program year in Australia, which is a financial year, there's a set of requirements. The requirements are black and white, they're transparent, and they're all listed on the particular website. So the requirements for this year are all published, but we'll get to what the requirements for next year may be. Now, of course, there might be a short period of time where the program closes down and then reopens up shortly in the new financial year in Australia. So the main features of the skilled program is all visa holders are eligible to live and work anywhere in South Australia because for migration purposes, all of South Australia is considered a regional area. On our state-nominated occupation list, there's access to over 500 occupations. So on the main federal government list, with the Department of Home Affairs, who are responsible for the granting of and setting of all visa requirements to Australia, there'll be a certain amount of occupations. And every year, occupations come on and occupations come off, depending on market trends, demands, and the shortage of those occupations in the specific Australian labour market. So South Australia's skilled occupation list is specific to the skill shortages that are required in South Australia. So it offers permanent residency or a pathway to permanent residency as well. So within the skilled migration points test, there's an ability for you to access specific points for skilled nomination through a state or territory government. And certainly it's available to onshore graduates and bonus points for study in South Australia as well. So the two visas that we'll speak about today might be familiar to some of you, or it might be new to some of you as well. So you've got the Subclass 190, skilled nominated permanent visa. So that's a straight to permanent residency skilled visa. And it's immediate permanent residency as well. And then you've got a Subclass 491, skilled work regional provisional visa. So on this visa, you'd have a pathway to permanent residency once you meet certain requirements and criteria that the federal government, with the Department of Home Affairs, lay down. common to both. Some of them are exclusive to one subclass or another. And you have to have at least competent English with an IELTS test of obviously 6 or more in each band, or equivalent English test, or specific occupations have higher English requirements as well. And you have to score at least 65 points or more on the federal government's points test. So basically breaking down what points are awarded for. So the points score is determined by the federal government. So depending on what age you are, you'll get a certain amount of points. Depending on your English level, you get a certain amount of points. Depending on what your qualifications are, what your state nomination points are, and then other points that you might be eligible for, i.e. Australian study or regional study or partner skills, you get a certain amount of points. So the federal governments have listed how they award points. So this is all under Skill Select. So Skill Select's been in existence since July the 1st, 2012, so almost 10 years now. And the points test has always been there, and all skilled visas for Australia under this General Skill Migration Program are points tested as well. So there'll be some other visas for Australia that aren't points tested, but General Skill Migration visas are. For example, if you're a student and you graduated from South Australia, there's a scenario where we've broken down what the point score may be, depending on the age, English qualification, and other relative points that you might be awarded. So without state nomination, you might not be eligible for one of these particular visa products that I've spoken about today, but with state nomination, you may very well be eligible as well. So the reason that we actually participate in the program in the first place is that the Australian federal government realises that if there was no state nomination, then those cities of Melbourne and Sydney will get even more overcrowded than they were. So this is a chance to disperse the migrants more in a more fairer way, but then also to put it where the skills are actually needed. Because there'll be occupations that are in demand in South Australia that may not be in demand in other Australian states as well. And also we've got basic, so clients need, or applicants need to intend to live and work in South Australia. They need to be able to meet any additional work experience or English requirements that are dictated by the particular occupation. So certain occupations might have a higher level of English placed on there based on industry feedback and other intelligence gathering that we do when we meet with industry and we consult on a yearly basis as well. Or you can be eligible for one of the talent and innovative streams that I'll speak about in a moment as well. So these are all, so anything I say today is current as of today. So we're getting towards the end of the Australian financial year, which means that next year, some of the requirements may be different than they are now. So some of the occupations may be different than they are now. And some of these streams that exist up on the screen right now, of which there are quite a few, there may be changes to try and make it simpler for agents to understand, but then also simpler for clients when they're thinking about applying to South Australia. So if you've got people that are offshore, and I have to mention offshore just briefly here, so it's currently limited determination for the provisional subclass 491 visa, and it's limited to certain in-demand occupations. So whether or not that changes for the new program year probably remains to be seen. And if you're a trade occupation, any trade occupation must have at least 8 years of relevant experience, or 5 years of trade, sorry. So these are just examples of our occupation list. So our occupation list is live, and it does change. So compared to years ago when an occupation met a planning level, so for example, if we had 200 occupations on the list, we've got a lot more than that, but if we had 200, and it was years ago, and say the planning level for accountants was 20, it wasn't, but say it was 20, once we had nominated 20 accountants for that financial year, the occupation would come off into the next financial year in Australia. Now, there is times when occupation will come off the list, but then reappear later on in the financial year as well. So the best way to stay up to date with that is to visit our website, which is migration.sa.gov.au. The occupation list is live, so if you see that your occupation is on the list, or your client's occupation is on the list, I'd suggest applying straight away. Because one thing's certain in migration over the time that I've been in it, the one constant is change, whether or not it's big change or small change, changes always happen. So if you know that somebody is eligible at that time, I'd strongly suggest that they apply straight away. And that list used to be a PDF about 15 years ago, but now it's a live list, so whatever's listed is actually available as well. So if we had to briefly explain the application process, Firstly, it's an expression of interest through Skill Select, which is a statement of claim. So whatever claims that you claim in the EOI, then you have to substantiate them at the visa application stage. So once you've done the EOI, if you need to do it, you have to do a registration of interest through the Migration SA website. But if you're onshore, then generally you don't need to do that registration of interest, and you lodge the application for state nomination. Of course, there's a fee associated with that, and then there's a processing time, and the processing time differs depending on the time of the year, what's the volume of applications that people are holding and everything like that. So if you're successful in being nominated by the state or the territory, then you've got 60 days to lodge the visa application with the Department of Home Affairs. And then there's obviously an application fee for that, and there's an application fee per dependent, and per dependent, the application fee depends on the age of the dependent that's applying as well. And then 75% of their applications they've claimed on their website are assessed within 9 months. So obviously there'll be applications that fall outside that particular processing time as well for various reasons. So for the new program year, which is pretty relevant to everybody here, so we're waiting for our allocation of specific places for general skill migration for the 2022-23 financial and program year in Australia. So every year we negotiate a certain number of places or a quota with the federal department. Every state in Australia would do this as well. Every state in Australia has a different quota depending on the size of their program and the need for migrants in their particular states and regions within Australia. So once we've actually confirmed what that is, then it will make it easier for us to plan in terms of planning levels for occupations for the new program years. And so as soon as we've got confirmation of that and we've finalised our requirements for the new program year, then we'll publish those all on the website. And if you subscribe to our website, then as soon as anything changes with a news item or an update, then you can go to the website straight away and view that as well. So obviously we hope that this program continues to facilitate migration pathways for onshore temporary skilled migrants within 2022 and 23. So we intend to open for offshore applicants for the first time in a while across all occupations where there's a demonstrated labour market need. So there still may be some occupations that are only provisional only for offshore applicants, but we'll have to see what those are once we actually publish those. And then the registration of interest stream, under which highly skilled and talented migrants from all locations will be prioritised based on their demonstrated talent, niche, and or highly desired experience and skills. Further details will be published once the program is open. So in terms of when the program actually opens, it relies on a number of factors, our allocation to be confirmed and all of our requirements to be signed off by a minister as well. But I would imagine sometime within July or early August. Hopefully it's sooner rather than later. Over the years, we've opened on the 1st of July, we've opened on the 5th of August, so the date just depends on a number of factors as well. But we hope that the program's open sooner rather than later. So basically, rather than me reading word for word what's on the screen there, so certainly we're still accepting applications at the moment, but once again, we pretty intend to clear the entire pipeline of applications, so we're not holding anything over from one program year to the next. And certainly we pretty regard every application, we assess it on its merits. So if you've had a client that's been refused before, but you believe that they now meet the requirements, we would suggest that you reapply. So obviously all the information about visas are listed on the Federal Department's Home Affairs website. And if you enter 491 or 190 into the search bar, then you'll get a range of specific visa information as well. Just with migration agents, of course, we regard the application the same whether or not it comes from a migration agent or not. However, migration agents are probably a good source of experience in terms of getting together what documents are required, what information is required, and then obviously if they've got a history of successful visa grants for Australia, then sometimes they might be able to make the whole process a lot easier for you. So probably about 75% of the applications we receive for general skilled migration have a migration agent. With business migration, it's over 90% as well. So just depending on the client's familiarity with the Australian visa program, or the fact that they just prefer to pay somebody on a fee for service, we regard it exactly the same. So, and also our website's listed there. So I'll give my contact details later on. So if you've got questions that are application specific, they all need to come through our migration portal as well. But if you've got questions about the program in general, then certainly we're more than happy to answer those. And once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. Thank you.
Quick question.
Yes.
Two aspects. One is, does South Australia have any appetite towards the attracting the interested graduates, like some other territories and states? Interested graduates want to come into some studies here. Are we considering in that direction any favorable considerations? That's one. The second thing is there is something to that effect. It says in the website, graduated or completed a study, but it's not clear. Someone, let's say they had undergraduate qualifications, master degrees from other state, they come to South Australia and they do some, let's say, VET qualifications that may be related to the main occupation. Would that be considered as graduated from South Australia as well if they did 1 year or 2 year long AQF qualification?
So we always try to answer questions and not give government answers, but that sort of gets into a stream of and, if, or, but, or. So if you've got a specific example, I'll get you to send it to me and we can make a decision once we got all of the information. So if that's actually all of the information, then providing all of the, so with study, at least 50% of that needs to be completed within Australia. So it depends on, once again, what skills assessment are they going to get, what occupation are they applying for. So if you want to give us a rock solid example in writing, then we'll consider that and we'll give you an answer that you can actually use.
So one example, probably it will benefit many in the room as well. Someone does Bachelor of Education from Melbourne or Sydney.
Yeah.
Comes and does here graduate diploma of management learning, 2 years.
Yeah.
Would that, I mean, I don't want the specific, but
what occupation are they applying for? Are they applying for teacher or
a teacher or education manager, or one of those in the list, eligible list?
So we're going to have to look at, with that occupation, does it have any other additional special requirements? So is there additional work experience requirements on there, additional English requirements on there? But generally speaking, if the person studied in South Australia, and I'll try and be as specific as I can, there will be pathways. So we've designed a lot of pathways to try and retain as many people that have studied here as possible. In terms of a specific example like that, we're pretty shy away because there might be other factors that might prevent us from considering nominating them. But like I said before, generally speaking, if somebody's completed at least a lengthy period of study like that, then there might not be a 190 pathway, but there might be a 491 pathway.
Thank you.
And if you've got something more specific than that, I'll give you my contact details after the event, and please send it to me. What was the first question as well you had? First question, do
we have any appetite to be a little bit more flexible for interested graduates like ACT, Tasmania, or Darwin? Time to time for last few years, they have been a little bit more flexible to waive the work experience requirement if they came and did some studies here, like a couple of years studies.
Yeah, I mean, you never say never in migration. We'll always look at it based on industry feedback and the methodology for putting together the list. 15 years ago, though, we didn't have many work experience requirements on there. But of course, we're looking at the employability, of course, of people, and the fact that we don't want a whole group of people not to be able to get employment, or harder for them to get employment, because then that's a bad result for us as well. But we'll consider anything that makes South Australia more attractive. So we're constantly doing presentations at unis to final year students or to students that might finish in the next 12 to 18 months. We've promoted this program overseas as well. And with both the skilled and business migration programs, I mean, I've been to Melbourne 3 times in my life. I've been to Hangzhou in China 25 times. So we'll be out there and we'll be trying to get more and more people to come to South Australia. But in terms of, we'll look at going down the path of waiving the work experience requirement. I think it might be a bit of a big step to try and do that, but we'll always try and make South Australia as attractive as possible, because in the end, it is South Australia versus Northern Territory or versus Victoria or New South Wales, but it's Australia versus Canada, America, UK, etc., and any other country that's running a similar type program as well. So hopefully that answered your question.
Thank you. Does.
Is that all?
Hi there. I'm Celia from Immigration New Zealand. So
Yes.
I've got a question around the state nomination.
Sure.
And apologies if I get some of the terminology.
No worries, go for it.
There was a mention there around the intention for the applicant to live and work in South Australia as being part of the nomination criteria. If they're successful in that, are there any restrictions then placed on their visa that they do actually remain in South Australia and live and work?
No, because so when you lodge the application, I'm sure other states in Australia will have a similar tick box. You have to intend to live and work at the time of nomination. You're intending to live and work. Under constitutional law, it allows freedom of movement for Australia and its citizens, of course. But put it this way: if there was a whole bunch of people that we nominated that end up, and every Australian state would have the same thing. Clients that South Australia nominates go directly to Melbourne or Sydney, and then people on a 491 visa in a regional area in New South Wales, they'll go, oh, I want to go to capital city, and then they'll move. So it's all swings and roundabouts, but really we're looking for, because the occupation they've applied for is in demand in South Australia. So of course we're looking for people to, and it's the age-old question as well of, well, how many people actually nominate, and how many people actually get the visa, then how many people actually come and move here, and how many people are left in Australia after 2 years after nomination. So probably 10 years ago, we started surveying all of our particular migrants as well. So of course, we've got no way to verify claims and stuff like that, but we do have data about how many people we nominate and everything like that. But in terms of, no Australian state or territory can force somebody to live in a state or territory as well. But certainly we would say that there will probably be better employment outcomes within South Australia compared to some of the other states. They'll say, yeah, but the other state has more jobs. And they'll say, yeah, there's more people applying for them too. So there's never a right or wrong answer to that one. Anyone had any other questions? Otherwise, you can ask them one-to-one later if you'd like to. Thank you.
Kaya, everybody. Hello. Rob and Rob, my colleague, and I are going to be speaking to you today about what's happening with the West Australian Government and their investment in the international education sector. My name is Darren Belford. I'm the CEO of Study Perth. Now, Perth, Western Australia, is located on the ancient lands of the Whadjuk Noongar people of the Noongar Nation, and they're the traditional owners of the southwest of Western Australia and have been for the last 45,000 years. So Kaya is hello in Noongar language. Before I commence today, I wanted to acknowledge the traditional owners of the Adelaide region, the Corner people, and pay our respects to their elders past and present. Before we launch into the presentation proper, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about our vision in Western Australia. We have a vision to be recognised as the study destination of choice for international students from around the world. We offer a stimulating education and training experience, an enviable lifestyle in a safe location, and enhanced employment and migration opportunities. We've set ourselves a lofty goal to double the size of the international education sector in the next 5 years. And the WA government has actually recognised that. They have appointed a Minister for International Education. It is the first time we've had a minister specific to our sector in Western Australia, and his influence has been partly responsible for the level of investment that we're going to speak to you about today. But before we do that, I wanted to tell you a little bit about Perth and Western Australia and where we are in relation to the rest of Australia. Perth is as the Western Gateway to Australia. We're the first port of call if you're coming out of Asia, Africa, Europe and the Middle East. We have some 18 international airlines operating into Perth, and this number continues to grow as we start to recover from the COVID pandemic and the impact it had on the aviation sector. We're 3 hours flight from Jakarta, 5 hours from Singapore, and we're in the same time zone as 60% of the world's population. So we're in the same time zone as China, Hong Kong, Malaysia, Philippines, Singapore and Taiwan. And we're only 1 to 2 hours difference from Japan, Korea, Vietnam and Indonesia, which means for any students that you send to Perth, they can stay connected to the loved ones at home. So that's where we are and who we are. I'm going to introduce Rob and Rob, who's the Director of International Education at the Department of Jobs, Tourism, Science and Innovation. She's going to talk you through the investment from the state government, and then I'll come back and speak to you at the end.
Thanks, Darren, and hello, everybody. I'd like to first of all thank Icef for having us here today to speak about the not insignificant investment that the West Australian Government's making into international education in our state. Early last month, as part of the 22-23 budget, the state government announced a range of initiatives, $41.2 million worth of boost funding allocated to new initiatives to attract students into Western Australia and to ensure the growth of the international education sector in our state. The initiatives were developed following consultation with the sector, involving a number of roundtable meetings and discussions. The priority areas of focus over the next 4 years are to build a pipeline of future onshore international education students, re-engagement with the agent network, and to assist sector recovery following COVID disruptions. One of the key planks of the initiatives announced as part of the 22-23 WA state budget was the development of 2 new scholarship programs. First one being Premier's University Scholarships, which will provide 10 one-year scholarships annually to up to 10 students, worth $50,000 each. We are currently working with the university sector within Western Australia to develop the criteria for those scholarships. The second is the Premier's WA Certificate of Education, or WACE, bursary, which will provide for up to $20,000 scholarships payable to students who are undertaking the WACE offshore. We are currently in discussions with SCASA, our school's curriculum authority, in terms of how those scholarships will be developed and rolled out. Further initiatives that were announced as part of the budget include the continuation of 2 student incentive packages. In early 2022, we launched the International Student Accommodation Subsidy and International Student à la cost bursary for semester 1 enrolments. Funding has been provided in the 22-23 state budget in order to continue those programs into semester 2. We are currently looking at the criteria for those programs. We will probably end up amending it slightly from the semester 1 programs based on learnings out of those programs. And we certainly hope to have the details of any changes to those programs available early in the new financial year. Western Australia, It's Like No Other, is our marketing campaign for international education. The budget provided for an extra $1.5 million investment in this campaign. We launched a paid media campaign at the end of May this year. The digital campaign highlights WA's world-class universities and training providers, our strong economy, job opportunities, our status as a regional city, and the desirable lifestyle that we can provide in Western Australia. The campaign is being promoted to potential students and parents in 11 target markets. And in the first 2 weeks, this campaign has had over 89 million views, with students and parents visiting the Study Perth website to seek further information about studying in WA. Another key platform of the initiatives announced as part of the 22-23 state budget is the development of support packages for the sector, including a $10 million incentive package for agents, which will provide $500 payments for confirmed enrolments in schools, VET and à la cost providers in Western Australia, and $1,000 per student for university enrolments. Development of this package is currently underway. It's quite well advanced actually, and we expect to have further details on the criteria and the methodology for that package within the next few weeks. The Agent for Mill program that was allocated $1 million in funding in the state budget seeks to engage with offshore agents and bring several small groups to WA for an immersion experience and holistic view of the sector in WA. We're currently in discussions with the sector in terms of how that program will work and run alongside the existing FMIL programs being offered by providers. The International Student Travel Portal, although not an election commitment as such, it's worth, I think it's worth letting you know about it. The International Student Travel Portal was launched in February 2022 for semester 1 arrivals, and we are planning to expand and extend the use and reach of this portal for semester 2. The updated website will include short-term accommodation offerings, links to providers, and together with special details on travel deals for both students and family members. The portal will be translated into 3 languages, Korean, Japanese, and simplified Chinese. And we're also drafting a page to be contained within that portal that will be positioned to agents specifically in order to undertake bookings and perhaps things like tour groups and things like that. More information on that should be available within the next week. And again, although not an election commitment, it's probably worth mentioning the recent changes for graduate migration in WA. I'm certainly not going to be able to go into it as much detail as Philip did in the previous presentation, but we recently announced the expansion of the graduate occupation list with an additional 194 occupations, bringing the total number of occupations on that list to 331 occupations. The WA government is very keen for students to come to Western Australia, study, work and live here. So they're opening up pathways to migration through the expansion of this list. The expansion of the graduate occupation list will help attract a broad and diverse range of skills that align with WA's current and future workforce needs. The skilled migration pathway will also provide international students graduating in WA with an option to potentially apply for permanent residency. Lastly, as part of the budget announced on May the 12th, organisations that work very, very closely with the WA state government in growing the sector in WA have received funding. That funding obviously is for Study Perth, which we will continue this current level of funding for a further 3 years, and then funding being provided to the WA Technical and Vocational Education and Training Consortium in order to assist them expand their activities. Funding's also been allocated to our Education Business Development Managers in market. Our EBDMs, as we call them, are responsible for the offshore in-market promotion of Perth as an education destination, and they engage directly with prospective students and their parents, agents and institutions. We are expecting, although we have the EBDMs in place in market at the moment, we're hoping to expand those in additional 3 markets over the next 12 months. That about wraps up the WA government initiatives, but in terms of next steps and the further development of those, I encourage you all to stay in touch with Study Perth in relation to each of the initiatives, where they will be able to provide you with further information as those programs are continually developed. Thank you.
Thanks. Oh, no, don't clap yet. We haven't finished. Thank you. Thank you, Robin. As Robin mentioned, Study Perth gets funding out of the government budget process, and we are the peak body for international education in Western Australia and the destination marketing organisation, but we're also there helping students on the ground, on shore. So we welcome your students coming into WA right from day one. We have a welcome desk at the airport. We are there giving them out welcome packs, and those packs include telephone SIM cards, smart riders for public transport, water bottles, calendars, all the sorts of things that a young student would be looking for when they first come to a place to study. And we're there at the airport, and if people miss us at the airport, we will actually deliver these packs to them. So we're very, very keen to welcome your students right from day one. But we also support your students right along their journey in Western Australia. We have an amazing student hub in the centre of Perth CBD, opened only in March, and we're right next to the train and bus stations. We're right in the centre of the shopping and cultural precincts. That's a picture of our hub in a heritage building, but a fun place to be. We have students in there all the time. It's actually study time at the moment, so they're in there studying quietly, and we have them either studying on their own or with friends. But we also use the hub as the portal to enable our students to access services. So they can come in, or they can phone in, or they can go online and seek legal support, mental health and wellbeing support. We have arrangements with organisations that provide that service to international students. We also use it as a community centre. So we offer cultural events to our international students so that they can share cultures and make new friends. We offer tourism experiences, day trips, a whole range of things that students can come to the hub and access. And they get a lot of these things. So we send them on, they go on hikes and all sorts of things at subsidised rates. So we provide a really good service to encourage students to get to know each other and spend time perhaps away from the campus and away from the study and enjoying their time in Western Australia. The other area that we focus on in our hub is ensuring that our students become more employable. So Robin mentioned that the government is really keen to attract students to Western Australia to study and to offer migration pathways. We need to make sure that the employment opportunities for those students are there. We have an economic environment in Western Australia, that is amazing because we didn't close through COVID. A lot of our businesses stayed open, so we've got lots and lots of jobs on offer, businesses that need workers, and we need to just make sure that we can offer that service to our international students. So we offer career workshops, networking opportunities and the like to ensure that both the the student population who want to be employed and the employers know about each other and can actually come together. And the other element of it, of course, is that we are open 7 days a week, which is fantastic. So we're there all through the day, into evening, and also on the weekends. So it's been a great, for the few months that it's been open, we've really seen a great pickup in students in our hub, and we're really looking forward to continuing the services that we offer. So in this very short presentation, lots and lots of information has been shared with you. Please do stay in touch. The best way to find out, so Robin was mentioning that a number of these things are under development at the moment. The best way to stay in touch is to actually use that QR code and register with Study Perth, and we will keep you in the loop. We will be sending out information. Our website is constantly updated, and we do snippets on social media all the time to keep everybody abreast of what is happening. So do please take a photograph of the QR code and stay in touch with us. And between us at Study Perth and the Department of Jobs, Tourism, Science and Innovation, we're really keen for the international student sector to grow, but also for the students that are onshore and come to Western Australia to have the best experience of their life. And that's what we're working towards. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Robin or myself? That means we are such fantastic presenters that everything we said was perfectly understood. Oh no, our New Zealand friend.
Thank you. I wouldn't want you to get off scot-free. Just a question around the agent incentive that you spoke about. Where does that fit in regards to other states in Australia? Do they do a similar, or is this quite a new initiative? Thank you.
That's a great question. It's a new initiative.
Yeah. Great question. As far as I'm aware, it's a new initiative, and WA will be the first state to do this. I stand corrected if there's any other states represented here, but yeah, it's something new.
Fantastic. Thank you.
And certainly something new for us. I think the most important thing that's come out of this is that the government has recognised the importance of the international education sector, has appointed a minister particularly for us, and has now started putting funding into the sector like we've never seen before. So it's a fantastic time to be involved. I've been at the CEO of Study Perth for 3 months. It's a fantastic time to be involved because that's what we're seeing now, is everything is in growth mode.
That was a lovely presentation from both of you. Actually, I just want to ask one question. You said the focus is on international students. In particular, is there any differentiation between university students you are focusing on, or vocational or early course or anything like that?
No, we want to see the whole pipeline benefit. So we work to the opinion that if the tide floats, all boats. So what is the tide goes up, all boats float. So we want to make sure that the whole pipeline, all our providers are provided with the opportunity to get more students, and it benefits everybody.
All right. Okay. Thank you.
First of all, thank you so much for a very motivating presentation. And I feel I was a student and I could study again. And, with the student support Western Australia team is providing. This is not directly linked to you, but, I might seek some kind of, assistance here. India is going to be one of the main market for the students, for international students for Australia. And India's processing, as a lot of education agents are here, was previously done from New Delhi. And during the COVID period and even till now, a part of that processing has been happening in Western Australia. And lately we have seen a huge number of refusals, without any reasons. And every refusal says that this student satisfies the financial criteria, this student satisfies, he has family overseas, he has ties overseas, he has this. But holistically, I find that the student is not a genuine student. I didn't face many refusals because my applications were on higher ed in the universities and they were approved. But on the contrary, I have been talking to the education agents. I hold a position in Migration Alliance as well. I hold, I have been researching on Australian education sector within India also. So I met some agents and they were saying like, the refusals were there. I know the Department of Home Affairs is not directly under your control. But again, if you can, pass on the feedback, I'm happy to share with the things with you. I had a discussion about this with the previous immigration minister also, and he said, the action will be taken. But like as I'm telling you, might be something of that, which is totally in contradiction with the, the presentation, because the case officers are consistent, and I'm sure like a lot of visa applications being done from India are being refused. So those kind of things, so you have to might be work with the Department of Home Affairs in getting the approvals. At least you will be in a better position than us.
Yes. Well, we hear what you're saying. I mean, the visa processing is a federal government issue, where regardless of whether the people are sitting in Perth or not, they're working for the federal government. So what we've presented is what the Western Australian government wants. You're absolutely right. We're really keen. We, as in, that's the West Australian government, and I'm study Perth. But the whole industry is really keen to see the Western Australian market and the Australian market generally grow. But that's a federal government issue, but we've been talking to them about it, and I know that they're hearing all the jurisdictions saying the same thing, that there's issues around the speed of visa processing and refusals, and we hope that that will be addressed.
Yeah, it's a simple matter that if all states also talk to the department about increasing
Right.
the visa success rate,
Yep.
also, that will be, something which is a common benefit for all the industry.
We have, we have the Study Australia partnership, which is actually where all of the state study jurisdictions work together. So Study Perth, Study Adelaide, we all actually come together under the Study Australia partnership, and you're absolutely right. We all are talking to the central bodies to try and make it smoothed out for the whole of Australia.
Thank you.
Hi, I listened that you have the social media in some Asian language, but when you will have a Spanish language, that Latin American is a good market now for Australia.
Our information at the moment is not in Spanish, but interestingly enough, one of our institutions asked our minister to do a welcome in Spanish so that they can actually be put onto some of the presentations. So our minister, who actually was a drama teacher in a previous life, so very, very engaging, is going to be doing those sorts of things. At the moment, we haven't plans because we're very much focused on, in terms of language, the areas that fit within our time zone, but where we have the opportunities to do some of it, we do. Any more questions? No. Well, thank you very much from both of us for allowing us the time to present to you today. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much for having me today. It's an absolute pleasure to be here, and thank you, Icef, for bringing your workshop tour to us. Before we commence, I'd like to acknowledge that we are meeting today on the traditional country of the Kaurna people of the Adelaide Plains and pay respects to elders past and present. We recognise and respect their cultural heritage, beliefs and relationship with the land. We acknowledge that they are of continuing importance to the Kaurna people living today, and we also extend that respect to other Aboriginal language groups and other First Nations. I'm absolutely thrilled to be here today, and it is really fantastic to finally welcome the Icef Anza workshop to Adelaide this year. We started the journey to bring Icef to Adelaide back in 2018. So after so many years of absence, it's really great to see everyone here and to welcome you all to Adelaide. So thank you so much for coming. Got a little clicker. Perfect. So for those of you who don't know who we are, Study Adelaide is an agency of the Government of South Australia, and we partner with over 50 institutions in South Australia to support international education here. We've been doing this for over 20 years and have had a long history of innovation and commitment to the international education community here in South Australia. The recipe to our success, and something that you are going to get a sense of today, and particularly over the next couple of days, is the way that we collaborate here. For 20 years, we have nurtured a spirit of cooperation between government, institutions, industry, students, and of course you, education agents. We have three main functions, and none of which we could do without the support and assistance of other people. Destination marketing is when we promote Adelaide to the world as a destination of choice for international students. Industry advocacy is about telling the story about how international students contribute in so many positive ways to our local community. And most importantly, it's our student engagement program, which is a comprehensive program of activities to ensure that students, whether they are studying online or face-to-face, get the most out of their study experience. And we do that through events and activities that enable students to connect with each other. Most of our services are completely free of charge or very low cost for students, so we really encourage them to participate as much as possible. I just thought before we get into the reasons why Adelaide is such a great place to study that you might be interested to have a quick look at the student numbers here in South Australia. And Austrade have just released the March enrolment and commencement data, which takes in the bulk of the results for the semester 1 intake. For enrolments in South Australia, we're down around 11% compared to 2021, but this number has to be taken into context. In 2020, it was a record year for South Australia in terms of enrolments, with a total of 45,450. And this was off the back of a really strong semester 1 2020 intake before the pandemic closed Australia's borders. The last 2 years have obviously been extremely challenging for all of us, and while there is still some time before we reach those record levels again, there are some really positive signs. South Australia is actually performing better than Australia as a whole, which is down 15.6% to 468,000 students, down from a total of around 554,000. There continues to be challenges in the schools, ELICOS and pathway sectors in 2021. We had a record number of vocational enrolments driven by the onshore market. We knew that as Australia's borders opened up, that this would soften demand in the sector. So it's encouraging to see vocational numbers remain fairly stable in March 2022. In fact, vocational numbers are down 13.8% for Australia versus only 3.5% in South Australia. There's no surprises that the biggest impacts that can be seen are in the school, ELICOS and pathways sectors, and we are working proactively with those sectors to identify ways to support their recovery. When we look at the top 10 markets for enrolments, China and India by far remain the two biggest markets for South Australia, just like as Australia as a whole. While there is a big gap between those two markets and the others, it is important to note that we had a record number of students from many of those markets, including the Philippines, Vietnam, Nepal, Hong Kong, Brazil, Colombia, and Sri Lanka. And we look forward to seeing that growth continue, and the commencement data is certainly pointing in the right direction. So when we look at the commencement data, we are absolutely thrilled to see significant growth, particularly in the higher education sector, which is up 24.5% in commencements. In fact, we are significantly outperforming Australia. Commencements in Australia are up 1.7%, whereas here in South Australia, they are up 12%. Our institution partners are reporting record demand in applications, which is absolutely fantastic. So although we still have a little way off the record commencements numbers achieved in pre-pandemic 2020, it is all extremely positive news for the return of South Australia. The biggest challenge we face is commencements, which are below 2018 levels and well below the record set in 2009, which again was responsible for such a strong 2020. Again, the ELICOS schools and pathway sectors are still facing some significant challenges. However, we are confident that those sectors will rebound. Again, when we look at the top 10 markets for commencements, India and China are still the two largest source markets for South Australia. However, we can see that the majority of other markets are showing positive signs as well, and this includes Nepal, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Colombia, and the Philippines. So, what I really wanted to focus on today are the career opportunities in Adelaide, and just why Adelaide is not just a city designed for life, but a city designed for jobs too. You already know that Adelaide is a really affordable destination that is 12% more affordable than Sydney and 11% more affordable than Melbourne. You already know that it is an easy place to get around with all of the modern conveniences of being a capital city without the hassles of being a metropolis. You are aware of the quality of our institutions and will have the opportunity to meet with 20 of them over the next couple of days. What you may not know, however, is just how many work and career opportunities that Adelaide has. So here is the number that tells the story about why Adelaide is growing in opportunity. The Department for Innovation and Skills, which is a state government department, is responsible for growing the economy through support for people and businesses, and this is the number that they are telling us. 155,000 skilled jobs required in South Australia over the next 5 years. That is absolutely massive. And it's international students that are a big source of the talent pool that we require to help fill those roles. So, where are the opportunities? There are 9 key growth sectors in South Australia which are attracting global companies and investment, providing the growth in job opportunities. Despite challenging market conditions, South Australian primary industry exports, which includes things like food and wine, grew by 15%. So I'm going to take you through just a few more of these industry sectors. One of those sectors is high technology. For us, is actually the use of leading technologies in the fields of computing and electronics. High technology has the power to improve access to products and services and increase efficiencies, boosting health, safety, and economic outcomes. It includes things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and data analytics, computer vision, augmented and virtual reality, cybersecurity, Internet of Things, and blockchain. And one of the places that is a catalyst for the high technology sector is Lot 14, which is a 2-minute walk away from where we are right now. Built on the site of the former Royal Adelaide Hospital, Lot 14 is a $1 billion investment from the South Australian government and private enterprise, which has attracted some of the world's leading tech companies. And they include people like Amazon Web Services, Google, Microsoft, DXC Technologies. There are other companies like Datacom, which is a global consulting firm, originally set up with a vision to employ 650 people. They now employ over 1,200 people in South Australia and continue to grow. Most recently, we've also welcomed Accenture here, and Accenture alone is expecting to employ up to 2,000 jobs, and PwC, who are also setting up a new onshore delivery centre, are likely to create up to 300 jobs as well. The Australian Space Agency, which is Australia's equivalent of NASA, is also located at Lot 14. There are more than 100 space-related organisations here now, and it is expected these organisations will add an additional 1,000 jobs in the coming years as the sector continues to grow. There are no surprises that the health and medical sectors, like anywhere else in Australia, are facing unprecedented challenges and continue to face them today. It has been heartbreaking to talk to our partners around the world and hear their stories. And I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge how challenging it has been for many of us and the impact that the last few years have had on people personally and professionally. To help with post-pandemic recovery, an additional $2.4 billion is being invested over the next 5 years on top of our existing health budget to improve health infrastructure, to increase beds, employ more doctors, nurses and ambulance services, and to ensure our health system remains world-class. There is no doubt that the health and medical sector here in South Australia will continue to play a significant role in our economy, and there are opportunities beyond healthcare in many other areas as well. Biomed City is the largest medical precinct in the Southern Hemisphere and is literally next door to where we are meeting here today. $3.8 billion has been invested in the precinct, which brings together researchers, clinicians and students together along with entrepreneurs and leading industry players. Its aim is to deliver health outcomes through innovation and research commercialisation. And like many things in Adelaide, SAMRI is a partnership involving the 3 major universities here in South Australia, along with government and industry to help achieve the goal. The health and medical sector here currently employs over 23,000 people and is growing, and is expected to double in size of value to $5 billion by 2030. One of the hot topics at the moment, if anyone's been watching the news, is certainly around energy and mining. And in South Australia, we actually lead the world in terms of renewable energy generation. We've just set a new world record in solar energy just recently, where more electricity was generated from solar than was consumed in the whole of South Australia on 5 different days. This is called negative demand and is contributing to decarbonisation of the world and lower energy prices for everyone. There is currently $20 billion in the investment pipeline for renewable energy in South Australia. We are home to one of the world's largest batteries built by Tesla following a statewide power blackout in 2017. The facility has since had its capacity increased by a further 50% in 2020. South Australia currently has a target to reach 100% renewable energy generation by 2030, and we are well on track to achieve that target. In just 15 years, South Australia has gone from getting only 1% of its energy needs from renewables to over 60%. SA is one of the very few governments that recognises the clear link between mining and renewable energy. One cannot exist without the other. Energy and mining is responsible for 43% of South Australia's total goods exports and employs around 39,000 people. And they are also in need of talent. The Resource and Engineering Skills Alliance is a primary skills and workforce development agency for the mining and energy industry sector in South Australia. It's a not-for-profit organisation, and they publish a quarterly hiring intentions report, and they've done so continuously since 2013. The report highlights real-time employment activity based on jobs in the resource and energy sector. And in its latest report published this year, or this quarter, it shows there are 913 job advertisements, which is a 20% increase on the previous year. This just demonstrates the opportunities available in that sector. Another sector of growth here in South Australia are the creative industries. And if we think about how much content is being produced across social media, we're being live streamed right now, in streaming services and YouTube and our insatiable desire to be entertained, there is no question that the creative industries will continue along its path of growth. It is estimated that global entertainment and media revenue will be worth $2.6 trillion by 2026 and is growing at a roughly around 3.5% per annum. In South Australia, we produce some of the world's leading visual effects for some of Hollywood's biggest blockbuster films. And what enables us to do this is having the fastest internet network in Australia, which makes communicating and accessing markets overseas entirely possible. Despite the challenges over the last few years, the tourism sector in South Australia is still very valuable and is showing really good signs of recovery. One of the key indicators that a tourism industry is growing is actually the volume of new hotels under construction. Hotel investors do not make multi-million-dollar property investments without having confidence in a market's ability to generate a return. There are currently 8 internationally branded hotels under construction, adding another 1,700 rooms into the supply sector. Most of these hotels are scheduled to either open this year or next year and come on top of over 1,000 hotel rooms being added into the market over the last couple of years. Adelaide's tourism industry is set to grow strongly, driven by tourism developments, economic activity and business events like Icef Anza's workshop. The opportunities in tourism and hospitality are significant. Sometimes hospitality is not seen as a long-term career. However, the rewards and opportunities that the sector can offer are extremely attractive. The opportunity, therefore, for international students are numerous, and a career in hospitality can either keep you in one city or give you a global passport to anywhere in the world. So those were just some of the industries here in South Australia. And hopefully you get a good overview, I guess, of the opportunity that students have after graduation. But what about while they're studying? Earlier this year, Study Adelaide launched Job Shop, which is a place for students to find part-time and casual work with leading employers in Adelaide. The program has been widely successful, with hundreds of students securing work while they study. The employers have specific processes in place for international students to make it simple for them to apply. This also allows the students to apply even before they have arrived in Adelaide, and we've got many examples of that actually occurring. The employers themselves are large organisations with significant HR programs and support services available for staff. One employer alone is actually Adelaide Venue Management, who runs this venue, the Adelaide Convention Centre, as well as a number of other venues across Adelaide. And this place alone has employed more than 200 international students over the last 3 months, and they are still looking for more. More and more businesses are coming online, and Job Shop will be available to continue to offer work opportunities for students right throughout the year. For students working in these businesses, it gives them an amazing experience and helps build their transferable skills that can be used in whatever career path they choose.
Hi, my name's Simon. Adelaide Venue Management is a leading.
That's right, we can move on if you want.
I'm with Adelaide Venue.
We might just move to the next one, that's all right. That was Simon Burgess. He was the ex-general manager of the Adelaide Convention Centre. So another one of our programs that we work collaboratively with Regional Development Australia to bring international students out to the regions of South Australia in what we call field trips. In the last 12 months, we have run 5 trips to different parts of South Australia, which include the Limestone Coast, Murraylands, Riverland, and the Fleurieu Peninsula, bringing 230 international students with us. We tailored each trip to address the most in-demand sectors in each of the regions. For example, in the Murraylands, we focused on health and tourism and hospitality. On the Limestone Coast, we focused on health and allied health. We again returned to the Murraylands, where we focused on health, engineering, and project management. Now, these trips are a win-win for both the Regional Development Australia office locally and for Study Adelaide to address the challenges that both our organisations and the students face. The trips help to address skill shortages in the regions. They increase career opportunities for students. They connect employers and candidates together. They improve students' knowledge of our regions, and they highlight the opportunities in the regions as well. The best way to change perceptions is for students to experience the regions themselves. They meet locals, talk to employers, understand the services, facilities and support, and importantly, get a sense of the local community. We have further trips coming up focusing on engineering and allied health, and we have more than 1,300 final year and or recent graduates on the database willing to go out there. The trips have been very successful to date. We know of nurses, engineers, social workers, and many more who have moved specifically to regional areas as a result of the trips, and many more are open to applying for roles in those regions as well. In the Limestone Coast, we know of 2 students who are now thriving there. Dan from Sri Lanka studied biotechnology and is now working at Union Dairy Trading. Shemaima from Singapore is working in counselling with an organisation called Smiles All Round Psychology in Naracoorte. And another student is Kelly from Columbia, who is now working at Bow Hill Engineering. And we just have a video coming up with her story. to help businesses gain more information. I think we might. Sounds like there's a mic open in the room. I think we might move on again. Sorry, everyone. All good. So, the most important function of Study Adelaide is our extensive student engagement program. Each year we run more than 80 events and activities for students, and this includes large cultural celebrations for things like Diwali, Lunar New Year and Eid. We also run 3 large-scale events, the prestigious International Student Awards, Garden Party and Student Festival, which attracted over 600 participants. We also provide significant resources for students around employment and preparing them for the workplace. As well as this, there are also 20 plus events connecting students with other students through initiatives such as speed friending, and this includes local Australians as well. We also support students to attend and get involved with a myriad of community events, as well as participation in Adelaide's extensive program of festivals and events. We also have a welcome desk located at both the domestic and international arrival terminals to welcome students to Adelaide. And at the desk, you can receive a free gift and help from our team of student ambassadors who are also floating around Icef as well. They're a great bunch of kids and I'm absolutely amazed to hear their stories when I talk to them. So there has never been a better time to Adelaide, and I hope you get a sense that the career opportunities, I guess, and partnered with the student engagement activities are significant. We have another video. Should we give it a crack? So I really hope today that you walk away with a sense of the opportunities that await international students here in Adelaide. We've talked about the 155,000 skilled jobs needed over the next 5 years. We've had a brief look at the many opportunities awaiting international student graduates across our broad range of industries and the career outcomes that are available now and into the future. We've shown how Study Adelaide invests in real programs that connect international students to employment opportunities through Job Shop and our RDA field trips. The last piece of the puzzle is how we work with you, our education agents. Again, I would say that our secret sauce in South Australia, which is really difficult to replicate, is our collaboration. And again, we've been doing it for 20 years and in partnership with education agents as well. We have so many resources available on our website, which we have recently made easier for you to navigate and to find. There are student stories, the videos from today, destination videos and more, and these are all completely free to use to help promote our destination. Our team is also available to present at virtual events and presentations, and we've been doing this in pretty much daily all around the world, so feel free to engage with us if you ever need assistance. We are happy to present on the destination, but also the migration benefits for international students as well. For many years, we have visited engaged in markets, and this year we'll be glad to recommence our travel everywhere. And we would love to catch up with you when we're back in country. So please visit our website, and in particular the What's Happening section, which has loads of free stories and content for you to share and distribute. We have recent articles which you're welcome to use around positive changes for the 485 visa holders, as well as information about recent new pathways for Hong Kong and British national overseas passport holders as well. There's a summary of the scholarships available at our universities, TAFE, and information again about skilled migration here in South Australia. We use a phrase at Study Adelaide, which is borrow with pride, and we certainly encourage our agent partners to do that. So take our content, use it, promote it on social channels, reference it, do whatever you need to get the message out about Adelaide to your local community. So over the next couple of days, I'm joined by the real brains behind the outfit, which is actually the team at Study Adelaide, and these are some of the superstars that you'll get to meet over the next few days. They're a really friendly bunch. 3 out of the 4 of them are international students or former international students. I'm hoping you can guess which ones they are. So feel free to chat with them during your time here in Adelaide. Again, thank you so much for coming here. We're really absolutely thrilled to have you here, and thrilled to have Icef Anza workshop finally being held in Adelaide. So thank you and enjoy your time. Thanks very much. Any questions? Yes. Thank you. Thank you. It's not me. Sure.
A lot of companies are coming and investing in South Australia.
Yep.
Big names, big companies. Actually, I have experience to share. Last night, I was traveling from the airport to the hotel. I met a international student who's driving cab, and he's been here from the last 2 years or so. And his impression was, he said, while you are studying, the jobs are difficult. So I'm not sure if you have any data like that where we can see, or you can perhaps share that upon arrival within 6 months or 3 months or 5 months, the students are able to secure a job. And it doesn't have to be a hi-fi job, maybe like with a small business operator delivering something, If that kind of information, do you think would be available somewhere in your notes or information?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. We have a whole range of resources to help that student if he is studying. Is he still studying, or
he's still here?
Yeah, so we have a whole series of free resources that he can tap into to help prepare him for the workforce. And the other thing I would point out is our Job Shop initiative, and we're certainly talking again. AVMC is a significant employer in South Australia, and they are struggling to find more and more people. So we have businesses across South Australia, not just in hospitality, but across other sectors as well. And they're reporting the exact opposite of what you're saying. So obviously, without knowing individual circumstances, it's very difficult for me to comment on his particular circumstance, but certainly what we're hearing from the international student community is that the opposite is actually correct.
So on that note, Andrew, is it possible, I mean, I'm sure you might be doing that already, like colleges or universities, they all have their careers section or division or whatever.
Yep.
So Study Adelaide, do you partner with them where you showcase the job opportunities so that the new arrivals can just walk in there, fill their resumes, apply for jobs and things like that, so that they are supported all the way through, especially in the initial months?
Yes, we do. So we worked really closely with the career services, not just at university level, but also at other levels of study in terms of vocational and ELICOS, to really talk about what we're doing with Job Shop. Now, it's very hard for us to create a single process for an international student because every business assesses their talent in different ways. But what we did do is we work one-on-one with those businesses to ensure that when they're looking at their recruitment processes, that it's tailored for international students. And I'll give you an example of that. So many students before they arrive in Australia wouldn't have an Australian mobile number, for example. And so what we've done is worked with the provider, for example, to sort of think about other ways that they can communicate. So they might, for example, conduct an interview on Zoom. They also don't necessarily have work experience that's related particularly to that, for example, working at AVMC or here. So they're looking for different cues that are not just necessarily around experience, but also around attitude and some of those other skills that are required as well. And particularly through the career services. I mean, we don't duplicate what the institutions provide. We're really there to complement what they provide as well. So clearly they have significant services available for careers to help students with their career services. But again, we also have all of these resources which are completely free of charge for students to tap into as well.
All right. Thank you so much.
No worries. Thanks for the question. Have you got me off the hook for the rest of the afternoon? Can I just get a show of hands? How many people have sent students to Adelaide? Excellent. Thank you. I'm sure that number will double by the time we finish the Icef Anza Congress. Look, again, thank you so much to all of you for coming. It's a big journey for many of you. It's a significant undertaking, and we're just absolutely thrilled to have you in Adelaide. So thank you again, and enjoy your time here. Thanks very much.
We'll be starting in 30 seconds. Please take your seats.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon for the session that we're having right now is the Education Agency Business Model. So we're going to be discussing and exploring the, traditional, looking at particularly the traditional education agency business model that we've had pretty much globally, but particularly here in Australia, for over 30 years now, and we are going to be looking at some of the challenges or threats. I'll probably interchange those two words throughout the discussion, but we're also looking at opportunities and also noting that what might be a threat to one person could actually be an opportunity to another. So on that point, I'm going to allow my distinguished panelists to introduce themselves to you so that you know a little bit about our panelists. Over to you, Mark.
So very generous of you, Rod. Lovely to see everyone this afternoon and this evening. My name is Mark Charnley. I work for Mosaic Play. We're the world's first education marketplace for the creative industries, and I have the opportunity to be the Global Sales and Admissions Director.
All right. Just testing the voice, actually works. My name is Akram Madini. I'm the General Manager for Student World and the Treasurer of ICEA. And great to be here with you, Rod, today.
And sorry, for those that don't know, ICEA is the Association of onshore agents in Australia.
For most of the agents here in the room, if you haven't received an invoice yet, you will very soon.
I'm the Treasurer, by the way.
So as the Treasurer, I'm pretty sure you're going to get my name very soon.
You're in trouble.
Torben Nilsson from Kaplan Business School Australia. So we are a global provider of business degrees right around the world. So I guess I'm sort of representing the institution side of things for this context of this conversation today. So.
And I thought I'd invite Torben on because, as a lot of you know, Kaplan has particularly a very extensive network of agents around the world. And they've been in the game for a long time. So we're going to get the provider angle, the agent angle, sort of the tech-enabled angle, and we're going to just discuss a few themes around the agency model. Because as I mentioned, we've had since the late 80s, basically in Australia, we've had the typical traditional agency, commission-based agency model, and that seems to have served us quite well. Until something happened about, 2 years ago called COVID. And a lot of changes have happened during that. I think for all of us in the room, we've had challenges around, downscaling a lot of our operations, having to innovate and move into other areas to basically survive as businesses. And it's also generated a huge amount of innovation, and we're going to touch on some of those shortly. So I'm going to get each of the panelists mainly to just the first point is to talk about how things have shifted during that COVID period, and particularly for the agents, what have been both the challenges and the opportunities that have emerged during that COVID period. Mark?
We're essentially a result of COVID. So we were established in late 2019, and our CEO Gabriel and myself and a lot of the team are all higher education, international education specialists. But we saw the opportunity during that time to work in a very specific and niche area of our sector, which is the creative industries. One of the things we looked at was no one is servicing these students. They're very unique and require a very specific skill set to be counselled, developing their portfolios and being able to apply to specific universities or even colleges that only offer creative courses. So over that period of time, over the last 2 years, we've grown a network of over 200 colleges across the globe. So working with only creative colleges like the New York Film Academy, in the US, all the way through to colleges here in Adelaide and interstate. One of the things that we saw over that time was the shift and change. A lot of students wanting to move from known careers in business and technology, but they had a passion and an interest in the creative industries. And so COVID gave them a chance to, maybe as a result of leaving their full-time role or spending more time at home, explore the chance to actually follow their passion. So when we launched the company, we saw that about 80 to 90% of the students were all interested in online study. And that's where we focused a lot of our energies, generating over 1,200 student applications, offers acceptances over that period of time. And of that, the majority were all for online courses all over the globe. We've seen that shift as the markets have started to open again, students choosing to study on campus, but a massive growth in this part of the sector. And for those of you that were in the session earlier, Andy talked about the growing creative economy, which is worth $2.6 trillion. So we've seen a lot of students really spark up interest. And for us, being able to be a specialist agency, using technology to help support our students, we're able to capitalize on this growth, but also differentiate ourselves in the market.
Excellent. Thanks.
Awesome.
Thanks, man.
Putting on the ICEA hat and probably talking on behalf of a lot of the agents that are sitting in the room today, listening to this, I think the changes that have occurred during the time of moving to working online, predominantly within an agency where staff used to do a lot of face-to-face, where students used to attend the offices offshore, with the inconsistency of the messages being delivered, whether you're branding Australia as your main destination or you're selling to other countries globally. A lot of agents downsized their offices. A lot of agents allowed staff to work from home. And during that period, we have seen a lot of agents think, wow, I don't think we're ever going to go back to the office. Why don't we go just rent a space and WeWork and attend a few meetings here and there? And from there, we moved on to a lot of virtual assistants and a lot of offshore staffing, and a lot of processes were able to take place and shift. Now with things going back to semi-normality, agents are going back to their offices thinking, wow, okay, we need to go back to this. Students started to complain about online. We need to have the option of them to study online, but at the same time, a lot of them want to go back face-to-face. People don't want to invest all their money just because someone is telling them it's a good course and this is the degree you're getting. They want the experience. They want a university campus. Western Sydney University bought another building for $300 million. We are seeing expansion in the real estate and higher ed. That's not because online is the way to go. But what our industry did go through, and especially from an education perspective or an agency perspective, is we had to cater for a lot of changes and a lot of adaptation on how we're delivering the course, how we're counseling the student, and where the student's going. People that never thought of going to study in remote areas now are thinking about it. It's a great place to be. Less restrictions, no more metropolitan. Why should I pay a lot of rent? There's a lot of conversations that came out of this. And from an agent perspective, it's important that we ride that wave of adaptation and accustomed to all those changes. And where obviously there's a lot of businesses that were really hurt, a lot of agents that were highly dependent on the onshore market, couldn't really sell offshore online during that period, especially during the end of 2021, their business was ruined. And now working with providers again and catching up with them, and again, over Zoom, you were still catching up with a lot of people. A lot of providers were very understanding to the agents and going back to them and saying, look, we know you can deliver the same numbers that you were before, but can you try and sell this course online, or can you get us this student for this intake, etc. Those conversations are still happening now, but whether we've shifted totally to an online platform, I don't think the industry is ready for that as yet. But the providers during that period were in conversations with agents. And what we learned out of this is the importance of never being dependent on one mode or streak of delivery or selling or courses. People have to have the option of selling different things, and people have to be able to cater in instances where immigration might stop allowing student visas to come in for a while, or processing might take 6 to 8 months instead of 2 to 3 months. So that adaptation period taught us a lot of what we are to look at in the future and how we need to market to our providers to be able to support them with the leniency or the flexibility of what could happen due to all the changes in governance.
Awesome, thanks. Alvin?
Yeah, I can speak a bit in contrast to what you just said there, Akram, previously about the online move and the shift to online learning. With Kaplan Business School, we've been doing online for many years, actually, but a lot of institutions tend to kind of scramble at the early stages of the COVID to kind of put everything online quickly and do it well. Something that we embraced very wholeheartedly was the opportunity to, one of our key value propositions is our internship programs in our courses, our business programs. So to have virtual internships and to keep them going over COVID and have students really wholeheartedly get into those internships and do them from various parts around the world. That was something that I felt that was quite effective. So there were some transitions that we did quite well to the online change over COVID. Some things were definitely a challenge. And on the aspect of relationships with agents, I think dealing with the need now to create new digital resources available to help that partner promote that institution and effectively counsel their students. So that call for new resources and the way we communicate with our students, that was definitely a big kind of scary jump, I guess. So for students' points of view, I think I've just got the back of a couple of weeks in the Middle East, and I can see that the interest from students over in that particular region has now been looking to do online degrees, obviously without coming to Australia, and coming through Kaplan and doing an online MBA and doing the virtual internships because they've seen some of that success come through. So there's aspects that we've done quite well as institutions, across all institutions, in managing that digital change. But there's definitely aspects that Akram talked about, that on-campus experience coming back, and the need now. You can see that shift of students coming back and re-enrolling in campus enrollments and wanting that face-to-face value for their money, I guess, with that tuition. So, yeah, I think it's about how we really embrace that change and what's the next step now as we move ahead.
So I'm going to focus in a bit now on the online learning and the e-learning because as we've seen, you know, basically we've all been forced in that direction during COVID, and it's not to say everyone's going to stay there. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of people saying, "Gosh, I can't wait to get away from my computer." But if we look at the global statistics in terms of how many students are studying abroad globally and how many students are studying online globally, for every one student that manages to get the funds and the visa to study abroad, there's at least 4 who either don't have the funds or can't get the visa for whatever reason. And when you look at specific markets, for example, Nigeria, one of the fastest growing youth populations in the world with an absolutely massive demand for study abroad, at least 80% of them either can't afford it or can't get a visa. And so there are markets that exist, and I'd like to position, you know, e-learning and online learning is not a threat to education agents. It's not going to replace study abroad. More than ever now, people want to study abroad, but there are opportunities there for agencies, and I know that it's not been the traditional type of program that agents have sold, and there are not necessarily as much structured commission arrangements, but these are happening now. And at our events, for example, we're seeing a lot more online learning providers. In fact, in Icef Berlin this year, we've just launched an Icef Berlin Digital Day, which is completely devoted to all things digital, not just e-learning, but ed tech, martech, fintech, everything tech that relates to international student recruitment. So it is definitely an emerging area, and I see it as an opportunity. And so just let's talk a little bit specifically about e-learning and online learning. And are agents, do you think there's an opportunity for agents in that space?
Absolutely. We've seen that.
Or is it a threat?
I think you nailed it. It's as well as it's not instead.
Yeah.
And I don't think there would be anyone in the room here that would agree that an online experience is going to trump, an on-campus experience. It just can't. But if you look at the students that we attract and we work with, many of the students who would like to either study abroad in the future or even undertake a great online degree may not have the skill set or the ability to gain entry into some of these courses. And so doing a $500 online design course to start their creative career journey from the safety of their home, convenience of their home, while they're still working full-time is a great chance. And so we see, as an agency, opportunities to recruit, engage, nurture, grow students for a long period of time. So, a student might undertake 2 or 3 or 4 online topics, develop their portfolio, work with our counsellors, do an online internship, as you mentioned, which is extremely popular and very practical, because a lot of the skills and a lot of the outcomes that the students are looking for can be delivered from home. And then they might eventually go and study abroad. But I think what's already been mentioned here is that you've got a shifting landscape. So I see students actually building their qualifications and getting the best from different providers. I mean, no one wouldn't want, Google on their...
including micro-credentials as well. Yeah, as another example.
I highly doubt anyone would ever consider online learning to be a problem or an issue facing agents. Again, when looking at the spectrum of the wave that we all had to ride across the whole industry, there's huge demand for online. But when we're talking usually about agents, when we're talking about providers, when we're talking about face-to-face, as soon as you look at an online spectrum or a discounted market or a scholarship market or just deliver online, which university sitting in this room today or attending Anza would tell you we don't want any online students? And which agent who has the capability and means to tap into an online market where you've got people that are risk-free in terms of visas, they enroll in the course, they're willingly paying for an overseas degree to get the degree, get the qualification, because they're interested in it genuinely without the agent having to push them to attend class. Pay your tuition fees on time. Study is good for you. Think about your permanent residency pathway. Think about your 485 visa propositions. Online has always been around, and the US has perfected that for years before now we tapped into it. But now agents are forced to have that discussion with their offshore offices, especially ones running big operations overseas. When borders were closed in Australia and the UK wasn't doing very well, Canada was a lot of refusals coming out of there. When looking at that spectrum, we were forced to go and teach online. Tell students, go study online. When you do your first few subjects, then you can apply for a visa to come here once the borders open. That conversation was put upon us. We had to sit down. We had to learn how to sell it. Whether or not I think we've tapped into that whole market, not yet. We haven't really found the algorithm or the right marketing product to go out there to the market and say, you know what? Do you want to upgrade your career? Do this online course. We're not there yet.
No, barely.
But 5 years ago, I used to sit down with sponsoring bodies and governments where they used to tell us, if the certificate has online on it, we don't recognize it in our country. Well, sorry, are you going to tell me now anyone's going to have that conversation with you? No. So part of what we had to go through, or that change, is forcing people to see beyond what is the old school classroom. That doesn't mean every student you have is going to go to engineering. Not every student wants the face-to-face. A lot of people are happy where they are, but they went on overseas qualification. And that product just sits well with them. It gives them what they need. It's priced very well. And when they're going out in their own countries to the market, it makes them stand out on their resume, right? Having that degree from overseas relative to other people in the same pool market makes you stand out. And that's why a lot of people today, it's more of an opportunity for any agent sitting in this room today than it will ever be. But the idea and the importance of all of this is, how are we going to market this product to the right people that are after online? Not everyone's after online and not everyone's after face-to-face.
Yeah, it's an interesting conversation. I think, are you, going back to your question, Rod, is it sort of cannibalizing on-campus studies, or is it adding, or is it a whole new market for online offshore studies? And I believe with the onshore students, what we've seen at Kaplan is a real hybrid model of definitely students choosing one subject online, one on campus to get a bit of both worlds. But what we've seen is new markets open up in some regions where you've got a whole new market of students that weren't particularly thinking about studying in Australia, onshore with visas, etc., but wanting to get that international degree recognition. And that is a whole new market. And we've seen partners that we work with at Kaplan recruit very well and have those students commence their degrees offshore. And maybe as they sort of progress through those degrees, they might think about maybe the next step in getting a visa and coming down and doing some further study. So I think it's opened up a new opportunity to think about a new market that may not have existed before, as we definitely now embrace the digital movement to online, that we can increase our recruitment, our enrollments, and work with new partners. And it's very interesting to see the Icef Berlin, you're designating one whole day to that digital space. I think that's going to be very interesting to see in October.
Yeah, thanks. And I'm going to move now to another area. It's also emerged largely during COVID. It's also tech-enabled. The concept of agent aggregators. We're not going to talk about that for too long because we've actually got a whole session at 5 o'clock here where we're touching on ed tech and agency aggregators. And so I'm talking about companies like Applyboard, Adventus, and so on. And we're just going to quickly talk about whether they're a threat or an opportunity. But I just want to make it clear that the concept of aggregating or collecting agents into a model of, say, a master agent and a sub-agent. I know there's people in this room. Well, I was doing it 30 years ago, and I know other people were doing it 30 and 20 years ago as well. So when people talk about, all these scary agent aggregators like Applyboard and Adventus and Global Student Partners, and we have Edvoy and Infinite Group and a whole variety. There's 40 or so now that have suddenly all emerged during COVID, and largely we've seen that people have had time and there's been a ton of money invested in it. Just for example, Applyboard, I'm sure you've heard of Applyboard out of Canada, $485 million US invested in Applyboard so far. Adventus, I believe, around more than 20 million Australian dollars in venture capital, and various others I could mention, very, very large multiples of tens of millions. So, I mean, you guys, I think everyone knows what I'm talking about, agency aggregators. They collect loads and loads of institution agreements, contracts, and then they recruit a large number of recruitment partners, as they like to call them. Digital marketplace is another word that these companies like to call themselves. They might not, some of them don't like the word agency aggregator, but I call them that because then we all know what I'm talking about. And so they're also aggregating courses, they're aggregating students, and other people will do that as well, but what sets these guys apart is that they aggregate agents or student recruiters. And they will enable, and they also do training, they also do verification of documents and financial capability and so on. So they're highly resourced. They've been extremely active in the Canadian market under Applyboard. Adventus, more active here. Global Study Partners, more active here. There seems to be a lot more focus now on Australia. And just to be clear, as an agent, you can choose to work with multiple agency aggregators, and you could choose to work with one for the Canadian market, another one for the Australian market. And interestingly, what we've seen during COVID, as Canada started opening earlier than other markets, we saw a lot of agencies based in Australia applying to come and participate in our Canadian events because there was the opportunity for agencies that couldn't bring students into Australia or New Zealand to broaden their horizons and send students to Canada. Another opportunity would be to actually use an aggregator who's already got those agency agreements to put those enrollments through. So that's my kind of introduction. And guys, what do you think? Are they a threat or an opportunity, or are they both, depending on your attitude? When you guys want to go pass?
Just over here. Throw me in the answer.
No.
Look, whether you're an aggregator or you're a marketplace, as a lot of them call themselves today, at the end of the day, our business modeling or the evolving of our business model was inevitable. It's going to happen. Universities back in the day used to take offer letters that are not filled with the student's name. During an expo, they fill out the name of the student, you sign, here's your offer letter, thank you, sir, you pay your money, you apply for your visa, you get the COE a week later, and that's all done. And then they moved on to online applications, and then studying came in. And then there's definitely a big problem with agreements and universities in Australia. Within ICEA, within the Education Agent Association, we're trying to do an agent certification that enables agents to be certified or basically undergo the checks required for agents to be certified, so that when they go ask for an agreement, those providers or universities look at them and say, oh, okay, so you have gone through the checks, we verify you're an agent. Now, when we're talking about Australia as a modeling for aggregators and why, Apply Board with their $500 million coming in, they do a lot of things that are right. The Uber modeling or the Airbnb modeling of houses or all those changes that happen across all the different industries, the education industry was waiting for something like this to happen. And it's the right time for it. COVID only literally just made it happen quicker because they were forced to get into the market a lot quicker. It's unreasonable for agents that have been around for a very long time not to be able to go and have a conversation with a university where there could be mutual conversation about common interest in markets that they're in, simply because universities think, oh, we don't want to get another agent on board. So that's the solution. There's a big issue with a lot of agencies still today still use an Excel spreadsheet to be able to manage their students' information. We've got a lot of pressure from the government on how we utilize the information of our clientele, from the providers on how we manage our students, how we report to the provider, and we give the right information to the students. Very important. It's no longer as simple as knowing the product, understanding where you're sending the student, and doing it. So the aggregator modeling did come at the right time to help solve a lot of these issues that used to be very primitive in the way they do it. As an agent growing, for example, especially within the Chinese market back in the 80s and the 90s, they used to have sub-agents, and that modeling grew into having a master agent that did have all the contracts and all the sub-agents sent through it. So it's not a new thing to happen. But doing it online and doing it properly made things a lot quicker. But in the process, and that's where it is going to take us another 5 years, another probably $1 billion of invested into that technology to be able to filter out what's actually going to go through to the provider. Because on the other end, what we also forget, you've got an admissions team sitting there receiving all these applications where, yes, probably applying through an agent of one or two people, they've really spoken to the student, they've nurtured it, they've done all of that. Applying through one of the aggregators, for example, it's 3 clicks and a few documents uploaded and your application's with the university. But I might not really be interested. I didn't pay an application fee. I haven't done anything. I want to see if they're going to take me on board. Whereas coming to an old school agency, they've done all the filtering. They've already checked. Do you have the money to apply? Do you have all of this? So a lot of the shit that might currently be going to the providers gets filtered out. And that's the only reason why it is going to take us quite a bit of time to be able to filter all that out. But whether or not we are waiting on something that is going to improve our processes, make things a lot easier, make conversations with universities a lot easier, 100%. We're years behind. Our government is years behind in making the right decisions, in looking at the importance of our industry, looking at the importance of how much money gets sent through international studency. Till now, we're talking about, oh, if you're from this country, but you're bringing your wife, you're not genuine. If you're not bringing your wife, you are genuine, but you need to. These are very primitive conversations that till now, we don't actually sit down and have a checklist of things that we're discussing. And as long as that's the case, there's a big gray area. Online modeling and aggregators are not going to be very successful within the Australian market, because that's very highly dependent on you profiling the student the right way and sending it to the right provider, which till now technology is not able to solve or do. But to be honest, our industry needs the competition. We're still not getting 100% of students through agencies. And having very process-driven, high-yield providers, whether it's a big agency that got venture capitalist cash injection in, or an aggregator that's using very high technology to do it, whatever it is, it's very good to have that kind of competition in the market, because what it's actually profiling is the need of an agency or what the agencies actually do. We don't just take people's documents and we go to the university and we have some dodgy deal and we get, no, we actually sit down with these universities, we market overseas, we work with them on whatever markets they need to grow. And these are conversations that we desperately need in our market. And as long as we have more people investing in that industry, whether it's through aggregators, whether it's through big agencies, whether through a master agent that's going to have all the contracts and go on to the sub-agents, it doesn't really matter, as long as the onus is on someone that the university is going to still be able to go back to and say, hey, this is wrong. Your conversion rate is not good enough. This is where the visa refusals are coming from. Why haven't you done this? And that's years of people that we know have offshore offices, agencies that have been working overseas for plenty of years, were able to administer some sort of protocol or process that made them successful in getting those visas through.
And if you'd like to hear the counter arguments to this, come at 5 o'clock and we'll be talking to some of the edtech providers and the aggregators on stage. And
I'm always in trouble when that conversation comes up, so.
Well, I was just fortunate enough to have lunch with one of these online aggregators just before the session today and learn about their business model, which is quite amazing. But I'm going to echo what Akram's just mentioned here. And I think the need and the need to be careful about this dominance model or a collaborative model and how they approach entering this market of the agent network and working with institutions. For us, as from an institution point of view, we need to be careful with who we work with. Our partners need to be screening our applicants. We need to have good communication process intact. And we need to work through GT processes and all those challenges we have around finances. So for me, from my point of view, in the experience that I've had, working with key partners who have a solid foundation in doing this continuously are the ones getting applications through with bums on seats and student enrollments. So there's still a place, I think, to continue the counter argument for the next session. There's still definitely a place for the agent network in terms of this is always going to be a very much a face-to-face kind of business model. And working with those students, we have students bouncing from different ages because they're getting bad service. I see this continuously. So in order for us to continue to have genuine students in our classrooms as institutions, we need to screen them, and I think the agent network definitely has a future place. And online aggregators need to be careful in how they're managing that setup.
Yes, I'm sure the aggregators would have lots to say about what we've just discussed. So well, I think we'll move on. Although I'm just going to leave you with two quotes from Ryan Trainer at Adventus. I think he's CEO or COO. We had a session in Darwin at Simple Ed. Robert Parsonson ran Simple Ed up in Darwin a month or so ago. Ryan was on there. We had a session on EdTech, and two of his quotes were, within 2 years, no, actually it came later, within 2 years, every agent will be using an aggregated platform in one way or another. Interesting. And sorry, I've forgotten the other quote. But anyway, next topic. We're going to look at government policy. So, let's specifically go to Australia. Obviously, the fact that it can change, rapidly, and we've just seen a change of government, and, obviously it can be both a threat and an opportunity. Any comments, Mark, around that? And you can speak to migration specifically if you want, because obviously that's one of the key government policies that suddenly becomes a threat or opportunity to agents.
I don't know if it's a policy, but it's certainly an ambition that the Australian government sees a diversity in our student profile, less dominance and less reliance on our two major markets. And while Australia's relationship with China is heading in the direction that it is. Maybe under the new government it will improve. That creates a challenge. But the other element to that is not just nationality or source market, it's also study area. All the STEM or STEAM areas and the importance of our healthcare sector is known, but it's clear that there's still this disconnect, which many of you feel, between the commercial arm of the Australian government with Austrade, onshore and offshore, now really trying to drive the brand and promote Australia even more as a study destination. Yet when you get to the final stages and you're seeing students not either getting a visa or perhaps getting that rejection, it's a lot of effort for a lot of very little return. So, while I think a lot of the conversations are happening in silo and these departments are working on different agendas, we're always going to have this problem. And I think what's already been mentioned by my two colleagues here is that, there needs to be a grander conversation and the value of our industry being put at the center. And just to not go back to the topic you mentioned before, but this really comes back to relationships. And I think it's one thing that holds our industry together is, and I saw that today, everyone hugging and saying hello to people, maybe not COVID safe, but, we all know each other and we're all here for the same purpose and goal. But I don't see that cohesiveness at the government level. And in South Australia, for instance, I think there is a very strong connection with students and the importance of it, because we need to have that to see growth in this amazing state. If we split up and we do things in our own accord, we're not going to get the gravity which you're seeing. And it's a real shame that COVID hit and sent us in a different way. So I think we're at this unique nexus and point in time where if we can get the new government and the opportunity to really diversify our recruitment profile and really see that investment from both state and federal governments combine and head in the right direction, I think we should see a much more positive future for our sector.
Thank you.
If you're an agent today and you're sitting in this room or you're watching us online, it's very important to know that for a very, very long time, agents didn't have a voice. And it's also very important to know that besides what universities and providers were able to do in a very small form in terms of lobbying the government, when ICEA was formed, the association was built to enable a voice for agents when going to lobby the government. Businesses were not looked after. When we saw during COVID, for example, when offices were shut, providers were shut, borders were shut, no one was able to lobby the government like they did with the hospitality sector in terms of changing the visa requirements. No one was able to do anything like they did with the wine industry after the whole issues with China. There's a lot of things that we're missing, especially when we're talking about education, being able to lobby for things. A lot of universities sitting with us here today get a lot of visa refusals that don't make any sense. When they've invested so much money in having a very good GTE team that are doing the right thing, they're doing the right checks, they're appointing the right agents, they're checking all the documents and verifying them. The student verifies everything. It's a great student profile, but then, sorry, we don't believe you're a genuine student. So when we're talking about all these changes, regardless of the situation, this industry needs to move on. This industry will continue to grow. But it's important that every single person, especially agents here in the room, sign up for ICEA, because it's very important for us to have a voice, to be able to go to the government and say, hold on, this does not make sense. It doesn't make sense that there's so much admission to a lot of wrongdoing within the industry that is being not monitored, but there's also a lot of dismissal to a very big opportunity where we can actually tell good students to come here rather than go to Canada and the US. And when bringing them here, they're bringing in the skills requirement so that we're not 10 years behind, especially when it comes to tech, especially when it comes to advancement, especially when it comes to solar, especially when it comes to sustenance, renewable energy. We're behind on a lot of things, and we do require the skill set for us to do it. We can't just do it with Australians alone. And, to a lot of people that might be very controversial, but the country was built on migrants and on migration. And so not being able to have that conversation of come here, study, do the right thing, you'll be able to get a visa to stay.
Yeah, good point, Akram. I think governments, obviously, it's always refreshing to have a change of government, but I think governments have this knack of not supporting certain industries across a number of different industries. Looking ahead, I think we need to really have closer connections with opportunities for those holes and those gaps in the jobs and the needs of industries here in Australia. As Akram mentioned, this is a country built on migration in various aspects of different industries. So we need to look forward now in a positive way, engage with government, find out where those holes are, what we do in our industry, how do we connect those dots and make those holes kind of close up. So I think further engagement, better support from the government, a new government, will definitely enable us to be more effective, and that'll get the whole country back on track.
Excellent. And I'm going to put in a pitch for ICEA as well, because, you know, as Akram said, any agent in this room, you need to support ICEA. If agents don't, like without ICEA, there's basically, you don't have a voice to government. There's a lot of issues that agents are having, that agents have had for a long time. I've been an agent. I know, you know, the business that you're in, and there are lots of issues, and there will continue to be issues. But if you don't have an organised, structured voice to the government, then they're not going to listen. No matter how much you whine, they will not listen. You must have a representative body that is well supported by the agents, that is well resourced and has the finances to send people to Canberra to talk to the politicians, and that's what ICEA does. But ICEA can only be successful if agents support ICEA. So talk to Akram, talk to Robert Parsonson, who's here in the audience today. Rob's got a booth here for the next 2 days. And please support ICEA. I'll just quickly cover off what we'll be doing we'll have a short break outside now until 5 o'clock, and then we've got 3 excellent panels here in the room. The first one is covering EdTech, technology specific to international student recruitment. That's a 35-minute panel, similar to this one. Then we have another panel talking about how Australia and New Zealand are recovering post-COVID, with guest speakers from Education New Zealand and English Australia. And our final panel is on migration and visa. And we've got 3 panelists again discussing that topic, followed by our welcome reception. So gentlemen, it's been a pleasure. I thank you so much for your insights and your experience.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. And thanks to the audience as well. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Hang on a minute. Oh. So that's fine because that's going on the stream. But we can still get me up there, right? No, we can't. Yeah.
We can use whether it's properly. The question is, how do we get the guest full screen?
Well, I'm going to have to do that here, you see.
Yeah.
So I get her in here and I put her on full screen.
Then I'll be able to take
Yeah. But then with the audio, that's what we can't test, is it? Because the audio then is I'm giving to you, right? Yeah. Yeah. So I'm going to have to move the camera people here to stop the feedback. Because if she's coming to we're hearing then whatever. If I turn them off here, then we should get the feedback, right?
obviously then you would need to unmute them for
sweet with that.
I'll take that on, guys. Don't worry, for the three of us.
Well, honestly, I was not worried,
What you were
but
going to say?
you told me that last
Going live
section
in
was a
30?
little...
No,
Yep, okay,
No,
sweet.
We're gonna
I think
turn it
it's
around.
Perfectly, yeah. I think it's what the tone is at the moment, where it's a little bit uncomfortable. People
Totally.
doesn't know, are aggregators competitors or are they helping the sector? And in my mind, I believe they're helping the sector. But I can imagine as an agent, all of a sudden it's quite intimidating to be
Yes.
like, who are these big players with lots of money coming in and taking all my students and having a greater reach? And
Yeah, pretty much afraid of like some competition they're not aware of,
So guys, I'm going to get you to introduce yourselves. That way I don't have to remember anything.
Of course.
All right.
Sorry.
So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us for our 5 p.m. session. We have 3 panel discussions between 5 and 7. And our first panel discussion, we're going to look at the topic of EdTech, specifically EdTech for international student recruitment. And as all of you have experienced during the last couple of years, there's been a massive move of everything to digital, whether it's digital health, digital travel experiences, digital learning. The recruitment of international students, whether you are an agency or an institution, has very much turned to the digital space as well. So I have 3 esteemed colleagues here who join me this afternoon in this discussion, and I'd like them to introduce themselves to you. Rebecca, over to you.
thanks, Rod, and lovely to be here. It's great to see everyone face to face, and I'm not staring at a computer screen, which is absolutely wonderful. So great to see everyone. My name's Rebecca Bendel. I am the Director of Global Platforms at Torrens University Australia Think Education and Media Design School.
Well, hello everyone. I'm glad to be here. My name is Pablo Pereira. I am the Business Development Manager for Advisor. We are a Canadian EdTech, and we provide solutions for agents and providers.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nicole Zabal. I work with Global Study Partners, and I'm leading the way with student services and partnerships. And Global Study Partners is an EdTech platform marketplace that we will talk a little bit more about today.
So in the last 4 years, we've seen about $19 billion invested in the EdTech sector. That's more than was invested for the previous 21 years. So Rebecca, how much did you spend? No, just joking. Okay, what have you guys invested in the space of EdTech for international student recruitment?
Yeah, I think the first thing I can say is my role. I don't know if any other universities have a director of global platforms, but Torrens University has been very forthcoming in looking at the way that the sector is changing in terms of technology and in the digital recruitment space. So Torrens University has invested heavily, and this was before
the pandemic in developing ways to recruit students in the digital space. Some of you might be familiar with some of the virtual events that Torrens University has run ourselves, but we have developed our own virtual events platform. And this is part of our global recruitment platform that we've been working on. So basically, this technology is going to help us reach a larger audience, to reach to more students who are after a variety of different learning types. It mightn't necessarily all be face-to-face, it mightn't just be English language, it could be online education, micro-credentials, any other offerings that Torrens University does offer. So that's a big part that we've been investing in, but also our relationships with our agents and working with them in that digital space, but also the aggregators, marketplaces, and working with them and adapting our technologies so we can best perform in that space.
Fantastic. Pablo, what have you guys been investing in?
Well, actually in Advisor, we had like lots of investors behind the company. So the idea is we're trying to invest not only in some specific revenue stream or in specific solution. In the case, we are always trying to find different solutions because in Advisor, we work like in a differently way than the others. Like we provide not just a booking solution, we also provide management solution as a CRM, for example, and for relationships and other, many other tools to focus it on international education only. So in terms of like investment on Advisor is different. It's based by sector, and I don't know. Actually like is a lot, but I'm not allowed to say like how much. But it's a lot, and it's based by different like sectors, markets as well, destinations. It's a lot of complex, but as I said, like it's a lot. And during the pandemic, we had like this really growth, a really great one during the pandemic as well. So it was pretty good.
And in which areas have you been spending the money in terms of development of your platform and your systems, and where have you seen, what sort of growth are you talking about?
Well, pretty much in terms of like bring solutions to agents and providers. When we're talking about solutions for agents, we talk about like giving them some technology exclusively designed for the international educational market. So mainly, like pretty much all of our developers, we split them between two product groups, one for providers and other for agents. The agents one, they were pretty much focused to bring a new platform, which includes a CRM, also finance solution, marketing, everything that an agent needs to operate. So instead of having to, to connect or to use different and several apps, no, you can use only Advisor, On the school side, we focus on relationships. So we develop like many other features and tools in a way schools can use Advisor to make new connections and expand their portfolio of agents to different locations.
Awesome, thank you. Nicole, same.
Thanks, Rod. GSP invested in a dream, in a vision that there has to be a better experience for the student. And that's how we started. We started to say it's no longer acceptable for an agent to show a picture of the Harbour Bridge and then send a student to wherever else. Students needed to have the right choice. So we invested in transparency, and we quickly realized that we can invest in empowering our channel, empowering our agents to be able to provide students with a better experience. So most of our investment has been in empowering our channels. We are an EdTech marketplace that supports institutions and recruitment partners.
So one of the key things that I'm sensing in terms of the advisor model compared to what I would call the agency aggregator model, and there are many, many models, and it's very often confusing because we see a lot of companies popping up, especially in the last 2 years, who are offering global solutions and digital marketplaces, and it can be confusing. So what I see with the advisor model is that you guys were kind of around before the agency aggregator model came along. And what I sense of your business model is that rather than saying we're the guys who have got the master agency agreements with all the institutions and you're going to be our sub-agent, you guys are a bit different in that you basically support the more traditional business model of agents, whereas you still say to the agents and the institutions, no, you guys deal direct. We're not going to be an intermediary, but we're going to help you do business together. Is that right, Paolo?
Yeah, is that right? But of course, like we are always developing new features and tools. So like connecting with those aggregators is something that we are discussing. We are talking not just with our providers, but with our agents as well. And I cannot say it's on the roadmap, but we are discussing, because we work mainly in the traditional model and make the agents have their own connections with providers. But well, we, as you said, like from the last 2 years, we saw like many agents in need to expand their portfolio and lots of providers who cannot connect with like new agents, but they want new students. So have like other solutions, for example, connecting with some other booking aggregators is something that we are under discussion.
Maybe it could become the aggregator of the aggregators.
Why not? The idea for advisor and what we always say like internally is we want to be the place where the things happen. We want to be the platform where the things happen. So,
and the great thing about all things digital is that it's so much easier to connect systems and platforms, and the concept of co-opetition exists in the digital space, whereas where someone from the outside might look at two companies and go, yeah, but they're competitors. How come they're working together? And you ask them, and they say, yeah, well, we co-opetition is where we are competitors, but we cooperate for the benefit of each other. Nicole, what do you think are the biggest opportunities for, let's say, established education agencies that might have been in the business for 20, 30 years in terms of your model and the model of the digital marketplace? I'll call them agent aggregators because they aggregate agents. They also aggregate institutions. They also aggregate students, but specifically we're talking to lots of agents here. What do you see as the main opportunities for agents to use your platform, and why would, say, an established agency? I can see easily why someone who's new to the industry would say, oh, fantastic, I can work with a GSP or a Plyboard or a Ventus or someone like that, and I don't have to go out and get all my own agency agreements, and they've got them established already. But say, for an example, an established agency, what would be the benefit for them to work with GSP?
I think I'd like to answer that in 2 steps. And step 1 is to actually address what was discussed in the previous session, and to your point that there is a lot of confusion out there. So at the moment, in terms of technology, it's not clear. It's murky. There are B2B aggregators, business to business. There are B2C aggregators, business to clients. There are agents being aggregators. And there are, as Rod said, aggregators of aggregators in the future coming through.
And B2C to B.
So B2C to B,
and
exactly.
B2B to B2C.
So if you are confused, join the club, right? and this is really important. What we are developing are tools for agents. This is not something we set out and said we're going to dominate the world. We actually started developing tools so that you can have access to any university or college or school or vocational college and send your students to. COVID has shown that we've all had to adapt. Now is the time for you to adapt and also say, hey, how can we adapt with an aggregator? It's a two-way conversation. It is not us doing whatever we do. The whole platform is built on partnerships. We see ourselves as having 3 sets of clients: education agents, recruitment partners, institution partners, and students. And we are part of changing the industry to the better. We want to be part of creating tech-enabled solutions, not just for recruitment, but to be part of the conversation for improvement, for retention, for outcomes, for choice. This is for you, for efficiency, for saving time, for rethinking your business model, for having access to our global reach. We have through all our agent partners. So what do we provide agents? So we've got at the moment 1,700 agents and growing on our platform that have been screened. We prioritize peer accredited agents. We found a tripling of agent partnerships coming to us during COVID. And that's typically the small to medium sized businesses. For the bigger agents, what we're saying is let's join hands in hand and come up with solutions that we are all dreaming about and discussing through a technology-enabled platform. Institutions are seeing it. We are providing digital, seamless integration. When you consider everything used to be done paper-based, when universities and colleges, only a few years back, were still on a paper-based application, we are providing you online applications that not only just come to GSP, they now go straight through to your institution. That is time efficiency, that is scalability. This is for you. And I'm not trying to sound altruistic, but the reality is, until you have had a conversation with one of our staff, asked for a demo, demanded a demo, you won't absolutely see the wow moment. And I'm inviting every one of you to come and see with GSP the wow moment where you see what we're building, but that's only the beginning of the conversation. You can then imagine your business and how it fits into our system so that you're no longer just reaching your students. You have access to, if you, for example, have an extra service that your business runs, airport pickup, tourist camping trips for students, whatever, you can see that you can sit on an aggregator platform.
So Nicole, I'm an agent. Can I use your platform, pay your fee to, well, firstly, I guess I have to pay your fee to use it.
We do not charge fees.
Oh, okay, it's free. There you go. How's that for an offer? Okay, can I use your platform, but still just a little bit to try it out, but still do most of my business direct with all my partners that I've worked with for the last 30 years?
Hello.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Can I also work with your competitors, the other agency aggregators as well? Yeah. So
of course.
I can decide that for myself, and you don't mind, do you?
It's more than we don't mind.
Yeah.
We encourage it.
Okay.
We absolutely encourage it because we want to complement your business. More and more, we're seeing agents decide to put their energy into, rather than trying to keep a large number of institution agreements, they're using the agreements that GSP has built to then leverage your business in another direction. So
yep,
you are doing your work the same way. You are counseling students for choice, but you have tools, you have online efficiency.
Can I keep sending all my Australian students direct and just work with you for some of the European countries that I haven't got agreements with yet, and maybe a few Canadian, because I haven't...
We expect it, because if you have a choice to work directly with an institution and get 100% commission, or work with GSP and get 70% commission, we understand that if you have a choice, you will go with 100% commission. What we are inviting you to do is see the benefits of deciding to jump in and do all your work from the aggregator perspective. And that takes trust.
Well, the only thing I was going to say is, as long as you submit one application via one platform,
there we go.
That would be really, really helpful from an institution perspective.
It is. So, Rebecca, in your position as looking after all the global platforms for Torrens, you must be contacted quite frequently recently, I would imagine, by a large number of service providers offering you their services. Would that be accurate?
I'm starting to feel like a bit like a venture capitalist. Like I have a weekly pitch session from various platforms that are coming out. So yes, there are lots of different platforms that are emerging. And for Torrens, it's about us selecting the best that's going to do for our business at this period of time. We understand that the market is constantly shifting and it's constantly changing, and there are new areas that may need more support. It could be a specific region. We might need more help specifically in China, or it might be Europe, whatever it might be. But these type of platforms has enabled us to provide better support, faster support for prospective students. So yeah.
Is there any downside for Torrens that you've encountered in relation, say, specifically to working with agent aggregators?
Yeah, look, at the end of the day, the aggregator model is a little bit different in terms of we're seeing high volume. And unfortunately, as a result of volume, we do see lower conversion. And that is something that we're really trying to work with our partnered agents and aggregators to improve that and change that. We understand with our agent partners, who we value very much so, they have spent a lot more time with that student in ensuring that they're going to convert and enroll with Torrens University. So that's probably one of the biggest challenges for us at the moment is that high volume of application but low conversion.
Nicole, tell us about how GSP addresses that issue that has been levelled quite often over the last couple of years towards aggregators. How are you upping the conversion rates of the applications, and tell us a bit also about documentation verification services that you offer as well.
Totally. So GSP is unique in that we have a blended approach. So what we're seeing is our industry is very high touch. We're never going to do away with people, and we want a balance of technology and engagement. Now, with the conversion side, we have taken on our 2 points of differentiation is that we are transparent. So an institution can see from end to end, from the minute the student comes into your office overseas, in remote Nepal or Vietnam, until through the whole process. So we have digitized all the process every step of the way for efficiency. But what we have are 3 very strong conversion compliance centers. And in those centers, we take on the risk management on your behalf and on behalf of the institution. So we have a large number of applications that do not make it to application stage. And I know you're all sitting in, because we work very strictly with the assessment tools for that university, for that institution, to make sure that we do not send any student application that, one, meets the entry requirement. Hello, surprise. But we also work with the cohort if, that they are looking for. And we believe that there is the right student for the right institution, and there is a lot of choice. So we will not send Torrens University a student that doesn't fit the profile that they're looking for. That's one.
Yeah.
And it's something very basic, but we're not hoping, or maybe they won't notice. No, we are integrating that into the technology so that even if there's a human error, we can pick that up. We've received a grant from New South Wales government to develop the ID verifier, and that's up and running. Basically, you work with your student, they take a selfie, they take a photo of their passport, a photo of their IELTS score, and it identifies and verifies that this is a true picture of the student to 98% or 99% degree. So when they take a photo of the IELTS score, it brings up their original document. This is revolutionary. So this is time consuming, this time saving, this is efficiency that we're working towards.
Thanks, Nicole. Pablo, can you tell us a bit about some of the innovations that you've been working on lately, and are these based on demand from agents and/or schools? So do you regularly survey your clients and ask them what areas that they want you to work on providing more functionality around, and what are some of those functionalities?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like inside the platform, the agents, they can give like any idea, any suggestions on how we can improve the platform. So if they have like any thoughts on how we can do it, they can give us as a suggestion. And they can also vote on which suggestion all the other agents, like for them, will be like more interesting, So we have like this full roadmap, including like not just like the ideas that our teams comes with, but also with the agent one. So all the agents, they can vote, and then we can determine in which way we should develop like new features and new tools. Recently, we are focusing on connection with other apps. So we know that all the agents, they use like different applications to send email marketings or do phone calls or messaging, just like the basics. So if you have this integrated with your commercial system, the system you're using to your full operation, well, for sure will save some time. So saving some time, you can save some money and focusing on sales or whatever you need. Maybe just like relaxing on the beach, drinking a few
Nice.
margaritas.
I like that idea. And Rebecca, I think it was 1 a.m. last Thursday morning, I was watching the Torrens pre-recorded webinar, which is also available on the Marcom eSchedule.
Please go watch it.
Platform. So, and it was specifically looking at the Torrens University digital recruitment platform, and it was talking a lot about your virtual fairs. And what I really loved about it was the way that you embraced and invited agents to be a part of those virtual fairs. So it wasn't just Torrens University talking directly to students, it's Torrens University and agents and students all in one ecosystem. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Torrens is, we have very strong relationship with our agent partners. And if anyone in here is a Torrens University agent, I hope you can attest to that, because it is very true. And one of the things that we did, the ed tech industry is a $300 billion industry, and it is only going to grow. It's predicted to grow twice in the next, 3 years. So there is so much investment in this space, and Torrens wants to play in this space. And we also want to help our agents who may not have access to the high venture capital or mightn't have the funds to do these type of digital activities. We've got the resources that we can help you do your events. So if you're wanting to do a recruitment fair specifically for your audience, you've got all the Torrens resources available to you online and easily accessible, and your students can engage, whether it be chat or video call, and you're able to reach them in multiple different locations. So it's a great tool that they've done. And look, I can't put, it wasn't me that did it.
Oh, it's also free, by the way.
Thanks very much.
Fantastic.
It is also free for our agents. Of course, we wouldn't charge them to do that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
And as Rebecca said, the investment in ed tech, as I started off with, it's been massive. But you know which direction it's going? It's going hyperbolic. It's not going the other opposite direction. Yeah. So it's been great talking with you. We're going to wrap up. I'm going to give you 1 minute each just for any final comments, because we do have to wrap up. I'll go across to you, Nicole.
Wrap up, I have 2 points. One, we're building a fully integrated whole suite of services for accommodation, for internships, for insurance, etc. That's one. 2, it would be amiss of me not to say that GSP is being acquired by Upgrad, and this is really exciting news for us, which is the biggest online education provider in India. But what that means for us is we have complementary values, but we're also going to be heavily investing in AI and future skilling students for the future, because we know programs are becoming obsolete every 6 months. And so we really want to be ahead of the game, and we're going to be using AI.
And just on that, Upgrad, I believe, is an Indian unicorn, meaning it's valued at over 1 billion US in market capitalization. So congratulations to GSP. Paulo.
Well, first of all, thank everyone for joining us. And then, well, just to say that, like, in Advisor, we are now we want to listen. We want to not just listen, but we have some room to new partnerships. So if you're an agent or a provider, if you want to, to expand your operation, if you want to improve your operation and using technology, just come and talk to us. All right. I'm here with my colleague, Carol, and we'll have 2 days to do it. So
sure.
That's it. So I think it'll be great. So let me listen to you. Let me listen to your needs. And I'm pretty sure that at least at some point, we're going to be able to help you. All right. So that's it. And thank you.
Rebecca.
I think we've done a few call outs already for me, but one of the things I wanted to mention, and we haven't really spoken about this much, and or in the last session was, the future student is much more digitally savvy. They are doing a lot of their own research now. And if you're not in the space that they are, then they're not going to know that you are there. So invest in your technology, invest in the way that you recruit, and be able to reach these future students that hopefully you guys are going to get to many institutions around the world, and most importantly, Torrens University.
And as I said, this topic is not one that's going away. If you'd like to continue the discussion with us, we've just launched the Icef Berlin Digital Day. Those of you who have been to Icef Berlin will never forget it, I'm sure. It's an experience to experience at least once in your life. This year, it'll be not a 3-day event, but a 4-day event. The 4th day is the Icef Berlin Digital Day, and it'll be devoted entirely to the topics of EdTech, MarTech, FinTech, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, everything in relation to EdTech for international student recruitment. So please join me in thanking our panelists this afternoon, and thank you very much, everybody.
Bye.
Good job. Yeah, well done. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. It's genuinely great to be here at Icef Anza here in Adelaide, South Australia. It's great to see you live here in the floor, but also through the live stream. Hi, everyone. My name is Martijn van der Veen. I'm the Vice President of Business Development here at Icef. And the title of our next session is Study Destinations. That's there, right? Yeah, Australia and New Zealand back in the game. And I'm sure you'll all agree that you are indeed back in the game, but we believe that the whole world should know this. Any student recruitment professional around the world, in all corners of the world, should know that Australia and New Zealand are back in the game. So we are also recording this session live here for our next podcast episode. So as you can tell, I'm in great company, especially for this topic, because with me are Geneviève Rousseau-Kung, Partnerships Manager at Education New Zealand, and Brad Blacker, CEO of English Australia. A warm welcome to you both. All eyes, cameras, microphones are on you for the next 30 minutes or so no pressure. So how about we start with a little introduction first. Geneviève.
Yes. Hi everyone, tēnā koutou katoa, ko stonam te munga, ko Saint Laurent te awa, ko Rousseau me ko na iwi whanau, no Canada aho, ko ke manapo ki te ao o e mahi hena, ko Geneviève toku ingoa, no reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora everyone. So this is a little introduction in Te Reo Māori, so a mihi, a little introduction to acknowledge the public, the people who are listening to me, to us. And this is an integral part of the culture in New Zealand, as you will discover today in my session. So I'm the Partnership Manager at Education New Zealand, which is the lead government agency that promotes New Zealand as a study destination. I'm also the International Market Manager for Latin America. So I'm very pleased to be here tonight and very pleased to be on the panel. So thank you for having me.
Merci, Geneviève. I don't get further than French, but that was very impressive. Brett, the bar is high.
G'day. Righto, we got that out of the way. No. Hello, everyone. I guess in a beautiful welcome and such a lovely language. In starting mine, I would actually like to acknowledge the Indigenous custodians of this land, which we are upon today. Our traditional custodians, the Aboriginal people and Torres Strait Islanders. I pay my respect to elders past, present and emerging. And we honour their great story and that is ahead of us. So just very briefly, Brett Blacker and as noted, CEO of English Australia. I got the pleasure here today also representing our colleagues from Austrade who were going to be on the panel, but unfortunately just due to another circumstance couldn't be here. So I'll do my best today to provide an update just on things that are happening across the Australian context, not just from the English language sector, but more broadly in terms of Australia's reopening as well.
Thank you very much, Brad. Now, Australia and New Zealand have, of course, been faced with some of the world's toughest COVID restrictions and the border closures that lasted longer than any other major study destination. Now, that's nothing new for you, but also for our global audience. Can you give us a brief overview or a summary of your government's responses to COVID and how it impacted schools, agencies, and, of course, international students in particular? And let's start with Australia, Brad.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we certainly can't underestimate the impact on everyone across that whole chain. Australia indeed was one of the first nations to really go hard against COVID. And at the closure of our borders back in March 2020, at the time, the US had just also triggered sanctions or triggered border closures. And many looked at Australia and we were sort of, I guess, concerned about what was going to happen over the next few months. And it was all these temporary measures that were put in place. Indeed, at that time, and in the months post the borders closures, Australia was one of the global leaders in managing COVID-19. And in fact, our infection rate was world-class, and it was being held up as the policies of border closure in terms of a domestic Australian's health setting were acknowledged by many global counterparts as some of the best. at the time when COVID-19 was obviously spreading, very significantly in other jurisdictions. We saw some probably positive advancements at the time in terms of, on a national setting, establishment of a national cabinet to allow our state and territory agencies to look at a concerted national response to COVID-19. And in many ways, whilst the message was particularly unwelcoming to our international partners and international students, something that we're indeed sorry for. The way in which the initial management seems to had a lot of respect. Our issue obviously was the duration and the way in which we were able to then implement a vaccination strategy, and the vaccination strategy indeed prolonged our ability for international borders to be reopened. We, in terms of our sector's performance, it's in many ways wiped off generations of hard work and support. And just to put that into context, if you look at the student visa statistics Department of Education for this year, and it only goes back 20 years. So they only set a 20-year benchmark. And right now, year to date, we are lower as at March 2022 than we were in terms of student commencements back in March 2002. So 20 years of successive growth has been lost within that 2-year period. And within that chain, obviously schools have been significantly impacted. Likewise, we respect that our agent community has equally been impacted on that.
That's a very detailed impression of everything that's happened in Australia. But of course, it's, I'm sure you could go on and on and on, because it's been a long time with many measures. And I find it very interesting how you explain that it started off with the world looking at Australia with respect and saying, hey, this is the country that treats this serious situation with the approach that is needed, and it will probably increase your appeal as a study destination. And I'd like to talk a bit more about that as well. But first, let's go also to New Zealand on the New Zealand initial response to COVID, and probably even a bit more severe than Australia. Genevieve.
Yes, indeed. Well, we all know that the last 2 years have been very challenging for everyone in the international sector, international education sector, both professionally but also personally. Agents have been incredibly affected, and in New Zealand, of course, with our borders closed, it has been a unique situation for us and for everyone. But I think I want to focus on what we've been doing during that time to really to support and help the sector and internationally as well. So we've been incredibly active at ENZ to maintain a global presence, and that's thanks a lot to our offshore team. So we haven't closed any offices offshore, so we've remained open everywhere in our markets. And our team have been working really hard to maintain a global presence. We've continued to do some partnerships and attending and sponsoring conferences and attending online events. We've been conducting masterclasses and online student exchanges and promotion of education in general. So, and more specifically for agents, we have been continuing to be in touch with them to keep that communication going and that engagement going. Again, thanks a lot to our offshore teams in various markets that we have. We have a dedicated platform for agents, so Agent Lab. So that has been very useful and a one-stop shop for agents to go and get some information and get some tools and resources. We've been running numerous agent webinars, a lot of them with my colleague Celia here from Immigration New Zealand, to make sure that agents were up to date with all the latest development. And we've been also supporting financially some of our recognized agencies as well overseas through application process, but we've had lots of campaigns and online events that we've been supporting them. Finally, we've been also trying as much as we can to recognize their hard work, as we value agents. So it's just
lots of activity there.
Yes, and keeping that visibility and keeping New Zealand top of mind was really.
I noticed also the change of the official message for study in New Zealand became study with New Zealand. Can you explain a little bit about that approach?
Yes, that means that study in New Zealand really at high level means that students are coming inbound, so they're coming to New Zealand, but now we've obviously open up to delivering offshore and offering a whole lot of various ways of educating students and giving them an experience of New Zealand offshore as well. So
right.
Yes.
So Brett, at last year's Australian International Education
conference, AIEC, an often heard theme was to recover, but to recover better by reflecting on the lessons learned during the pandemic. So which are some of those lessons and which initiatives can we expect for the Australian international student recruitment industry to recover better, as I said?
Yeah. Recover better, I think, is a good motto. And I do think we need to recognise during this time, we as providers, peak bodies, education agents, we've had a really tough road. But for me, I would suggest that the student, that student-centred approach was something that was really borne out. Not that I would suggest it was previously forgotten, but in this time, and I referenced some of the actions that happened on a federal level when our borders closed, and they're important to reflect on what transpired on a federal level. But what we did see was a reaction and a level of support from our state governments and state and territory governments that provided immense support for international student communities. For example, the New South Wales government offered $20 million in accommodation support scholarships and for about 6,500 students. The Victorian government offered over $1 million in free food and food vouchers, so that students and the student welfare was at the heart of it. And I could give examples from each of our states and territories. But as we looked and we recast Australia's strategy for international education, student at the centre became that new mantra for the approach. So I would suggest that as we move forward, and we're in a period now where we have a new federal government, and within that remit, I already hear that narrative of ensuring policies and initiatives keep the student at the centre of that approach. And I think that's a really important message and learning.
Do you feel that that was not done enough before COVID?
I think that we've always, maybe the narrative for Australia, Australia has traditionally been one of the world leaders in international education. I mean, look at it in English language. We've always been in the top 2 or 3 in terms of global destinations to teach English language. Last year, in terms of the number and volume of student weeks, Australia was number 1, sorry, in 2020, I should say, the number 1 destination of teaching students in English language. So I think in that narrative, historically, we've looked at the destination being of great value, and we should recognise the beaches, the beautiful landscapes, the opportunities to come, work, live, study at the same time. But knowing that, I think that now when we move forward, it's not just about the economic impact and those other ways in which, as such a valuable part of our economy, I think we will take that lesson of student-centeredness further.
I always think it's a beautiful goal, putting the student at the center, and I think we will all say, yes, the student should be at the center, and we go for more quality and less quantity, but in the end, we're a commercial industry where numbers do matter. Do you reflect that new approach or a new changed approach to go more for quality than quantity, or trying to combine both in this post-COVID world?
It's absolutely one of the direction that our government is taking as well. Yes, yeah. yes. And to echo what Brett said, our government is strongly supporting the international education sector as well. And I think for us, the best example is the recent visits from our Prime Minister, Jacinda Ardern, that she just went to Asia, to Singapore and Japan, and it was her first overseas trip since pre-pandemic. And there were several activities that were conducted there and in international education, so that's very, very positive. And also,
was her first trip?
Her first trip,
and that was for international education.
That was there was 3 main activities that were for international education during her short trip. So. Yeah. And then we had our Minister of Education, Chris Hipkins, who just came back last week from leading an education delegation in the Americas. So he went first to NAFSA in Denver, in Colorado, where he opened the plenary session and launched our new global campaign that I will talk about a bit later, as well as being there for the launch of the Te Pukenga International Strategy. And he did lots of visits there in international education. And then he went to Brazil and Chile as well. So did a lot of meetings and educations as well, met with agents, met with alumni, took part of different events. So that's probably the best example and the best sign that the government is supporting highly our sector at the moment, and it's one of the priorities.
Yeah, I think it might take away some of the frustration. I mean, I think there must have been quite a bit of frustration in the industry of how governments responded, because of course we all want borders to be open and students to find a way to go overseas, and there are suggestions made from the industry, but not always welcomed by governments. And now we see these governments so responsive. Does that take away the frustration, or is there still some bad feelings towards the government?
I think there's always all sorts of reactions, and but the sector.
We're looking to the future now.
Yeah, I think talking about the sector and more the industry, we work very closely with the industry as well. So we're never working in isolation from them,
Yeah.
working together and involving them in everything we do in important decision making. For instance, we have our New Zealand international strategy at the moment, international education strategy being reviewed, and there's a public consultation at the moment until the end of the month. So the industry is invited to put their words. So it's very important. They've been our sector has been also involved in the cohorts. So the student cohorts, we've probably heard, we've had 4 student cohorts exemptions while our borders were officially closed. We had students still being able to come and start their studies on an exception basis. So the sector has been super involved in that, in the application process, selection, and obviously welcoming those students back to New Zealand.
Yeah.
So very involved in general.
Great to see the governments so involved. Of course, it's a big industry. It's important for any economy in every country, for jobs, for the future, for your contribution in many respects. Now, Brett, with borders now reopening, which are now the main USPs to study in Australia and later New Zealand as well, compared to some of the other main study destinations such as Canada, the UK, and the US?
Yeah, it's a great question. I'm not sure if the USPs have evolved or changed dramatically. I certainly acknowledge You
still have the beaches?
We still have the beautiful beaches. I think we do need to acknowledge that, destinations like Canada in particular have been very successful over this period in retaining and keeping their borders open, or largely open during that time. And as a representative of our industry working with the Australian government, it's something we remind them of, consistently. We're not starting at an even keel. We're starting behind the 8 ball in some respects. So it's time now that even whilst the borders have reopened, I don't think we can just suggest that students will start flooding back in. And we've seen it sort of mixed modes. Certainly, visas and the visa lodgement pipeline at the moment is strong, indeed stronger than pre-pandemic levels in most sectors. Visa grant rates, not as strong, and that's something that we need to make sure we work closely with our government on. But there are other factors that I think in terms of the USPs where we need to be really careful in how we manage the expectations of students. And specifically, I think it's worth referencing work rights, for example. So work rights at this stage, and one of the maybe key lessons or outtakes of the past 2 years was, as an industry, as an international education industry, we sort of historically felt like we did all this wonderful work and promotion, and we supported the Australian economy and education institutions, but other parts of the economy didn't recognise what we do. It was like we did it all, and the business community didn't know that international education or others existed. What was telling over the past 2 years was the impact that our student community has on broader elements of community. So be that in an employment setting, be that in accommodation settings and others. And the voices that probably had more significant impact than some of our own lobbying were those of the business community in Australia. And we've seen that by virtue of some of the relaxation and obviously at the moment the extension of temporary work rights to an unlimited view. So I think we need to be careful how we manage some of those USPs, whether people are attached to coming in unlimited work rights and the expectations that some of these temporary settings may set. But on the backside of it, I think we also need to then start to better leverage these relationships we have with other elements of our communities and work in a more integrated way, interconnected.
Interesting. So you see there's also an increased awareness of the importance of the international education industry, not just equipment with the government, but also with other industries and other stakeholders. That
Yeah.
wasn't there really before COVID.
Absolutely. And I think it's perhaps the awareness was there, but it wasn't vocalized. People weren't actually noting all of the other implicit or real value that international education was playing. And again, I don't want to move too far from that student-centered approach, but having these allies and having these supporters is really valuable for us as a sector and how we support students.
And a lot of these allies are, of course, also the student recruitment agencies.
100%.
Same for New Zealand, I imagine.
Yeah, and I think New Zealand has a very distinctive brand in the sense that we have a unique culture, big culture, and so we can't go without talking about the Te Ao Māori, and that's integrated in everything we do in our culture, everyday culture. And a very good example is our latest global campaign that we've launched. This is basically highlighting 8 international students who've created a gown, so a garb, a graduation gown, garments, kakapu in Māori, and with the help of Kiri Nathan, a Māori fashion designer. And through that gown, they've designed what represent for them their New Zealand student experience, but also mixing their own culture and explaining their cultural journey while they were studying in our country. And it's very, very beautiful. It really features all our values and our specific themes in New Zealand, some Maori values such as manakitanga, which is the care of people, and kaitiakitanga, the care of place. And this is all really, it's featured in the global campaign. So I really encourage you to have a look at that. And the weaving of all the gown as well is a mix of both culture and student experience. So really, really reflects what is unique, the uniqueness of the New Zealand education. Talking about student experience as well, that's something that is very important and unique to New Zealand. We've been the first country to have a code of practice for the pastoral care of international students, which really it focuses on ensuring their well-being and their safety. So that's something as well that we're really proud of, and that's really important.
Putting the student at the center.
Yes,
example
at the
here.
center. And New Zealand is also leading the way in global citizenship. So we're really proud of that. We partner with Massey University and AFS, and we have a global competence certificate program. We've had close to 1,000 students graduating from that, and that really develops their cultural self-awareness, their emotional resilience, and also it kind of like build bridges between the culture, the two different cultures for international students. So we're really proud of that. We've been nominated twice for the Pioneer Awards, which will be revealed in September in London. So that's very unique to us as well, I think. So yes, very...
Oh, great. It's good to see New Zealand leading the way, because I remember the title is, of course, Australia and New Zealand back in the game. Now in New Zealand, the borders are reopening. So I was going to say maybe you're not yet completely back in the game, but it sounds like you fully are.
Yes.
As is Australia, of course. How is that with the borders reopened, everything? Which remaining restrictions, if any, are still in place that agencies and other industry partners should be aware of for Australia, and the same later for?
Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, in terms of access to arrival in Australia, there aren't any border restrictions in place. We had all of our state-based borders, reopen. Our good colleagues from West Australia were our last providers as a destination to come online. But in saying that, we've seen each of our different jurisdictions throughout the past 2 years working incredibly hard to try and bring students back, be it through pilot programs that were operating in New South Wales and then subsequently in Victoria, be it through the support of Study Perth to bring 26 of their partner schools here today to be at this agent event, and recently committed over $40 million to try and revive the sector and international education in Western Australia. So, I mean, there aren't any restrictions in play, in terms of why a student wouldn't be able to come. I think in the section after this, we'll talk about some of the immigration settings at the moment, and not that there are any particular policy settings, but we are working very closely with that department. And I think there's been a lot of demonstration over the past 2 years around the commitment for our providers. I mean, we, English Australia as well, supported administration of a number of government schemes, including the Innovation Fund, and those programs have provided grants for providers to move their programs online. And in many ways, they've supported students to continue to study. That was over $18 million worth of federal funding to support education institutions to be able to deliver courses online. So, I think we've seen various elements of assistance and support which have kept the vast majority of our providers operating, and therefore we are certainly open for business now. And borders are open, schools are ready to go. Schools are, in many cases, I know some schools which are already looking towards the back end of this year and need more capacity. It's not the same for everyone, but definitely we are seeing many green shoots come through.
But it's of course very reassuring to see the millions of dollars flying across the table here, and in the previous sessions, billions of dollars all invested in the end in education, in international education. So I would say the future is quite bright from that perspective, and that is of course a tailwind for us in recovering from this pandemic. Geneviève, which remaining, apart from the borders still being reopened, which other remaining restrictions, if any, will still remain in New Zealand?
Well, I think I will leave that part for my colleague, Celia, who will do the session after. But all I can say is that we're reopening to all on the 31st of July, and we're really excited about it and looking forward to welcoming all students then. And there's a few New Zealand institutions in the room, and I'm sure they're really, really excited as well to get students back in the country. And
wonderful.
Yes.
Now, 30 minutes, of course, a very short time frame to cover the reopening or the fact that Australia and New Zealand are back in the game. But what, as a last question, what does that game look now? Right? How different is that game?
Yeah, thanks. I think that the fundamentals will be the same, but in some ways, again, coming back to that student at the centre, health conditions, how we're supporting our students through each stage of the journey, it's not new, but it is certainly a heightened hierarchical need at the moment in terms of student welfare and support. Interestingly, we had our Australian government launch its first ever Global Agent Week in December 2021. So here we were, with just coming out of the pandemic, and Austrade hosted 2,800 agents from 55 different countries. They've recently launched the Global Agent Hub, Education Agent Hub, with resources targeting agents and support materials. So as we've come through the most difficult period, again, I've referenced different elements of support for students and providers to get through. I am seeing this shift in terms of the way in which not just providers in terms of wanting to get back and work closely with their agents, but also our key government agency in trade and development, Austrade, launching a number of specific targeted initiatives to support agents and that student recruitment channel.
Yeah, wonderful. Anything you'd like to add, Geneviève?
Well, I think it's just reiterating that we have a very distinctive brand, so I think that's where we have to focus for New Zealand anyway, our unique culture, and that's what will really make a difference in leveraging on the current strong government support to the sector as well, and yes, to make sure.
Sounds great. I think a good game requires good players.
Yes.
And great supporters. So I think we're all that in this room and around us. Thank you very much for your insights on Australia and New Zealand being back in the game, set and match for now, but you will both, of course, be here for the next 2 days, at least, I hope. So for anyone that has questions for Geneviève or Brett, please go and see your colleagues at their booths or tables. And for the viewers online or those listening to the podcast, if you have any questions for Geneviève or Brett, then please email us at podcast@icef.com, and we'll make sure to either connect you or answer your questions yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the final panel presentation of today. Thank you for joining us. We are speaking about all matters relating to visas and migration for Australia and New Zealand. We'll be finishing sharply at 7 to enable everyone to enjoy the welcome reception. And I'm going to pass over to my colleagues to introduce themselves to you.
Brett. Thanks, Rod. Brett Blacker, CEO of English Australia. Lovely to be here. Thank you.
Hi everyone, kia ora. Celia Coombs, Manager of International Education at Immigration New Zealand.
So, Brett, we're going to start with the host nation, Australia. This is going to be pretty much just a discussion. And firstly, I would ask the audience, no javelin throwing or anything stoning, no stoning throwing or javelin throwing from the floor, please. And unfortunately, we won't be taking questions either. But Brett, over to you. I'm really interested to know, from your perspective, the work that English Australia has been doing with the Department of Home Affairs and Migration. Just a bit of a quick update on what's happening.
Thanks, Rod. It was an interesting one when Rod invited me to do this presentation as well, and I wasn't sure whether I should prepare a presentation or a shield coming to speak around immigration matters. So I'm going to preface that today I'm speaking to you on behalf of the English Australia as a peak body. That's sort of my representation, not officially from the Australian government, so nothing that I will say can be taken in the context of Department of Home Affairs. All complaints can be directed to the Department of Home Affairs directly. So I think it's probably fair to say we all understand the impact visa processing has on the good work that everyone does along the value chain of supporting international students. Obviously, the past 2 years, and just noted in the session prior, from the closure of our borders in Australia back in March 2020, we saw a dramatic, full stop on visa processing at the time. One of the things what we've sort of observed over the past 2 years has been part of our framework, our Australia's visa processing framework, is also around the global connectedness and the offices, the global offices, visa processing offices, as we utilise as well. And interestingly, I think as we've reflected on the way in which visa processing occurs, it's not just symptomatic of what's happening in Australia. And therefore, whilst our borders were closed, and we spoke to that in the previous session, the closure of many other destinations' borders, and indeed the restrictions and lockdown restrictions that were put in place, and in some instances are still in place in other destinations, have all had flow-on impacts into our visa processing regime. I think if we look at where we currently stand, bit of a cough, there are things within our global processing, our framework, so the SS Simplified Student Visa Framework, which from my perspective are not aligned with where Australia is currently at. I'll speak to that in a moment. The view that in some ways we have tension between Australia's aspirations with international education, our desirability to bring in skilled migrants, our current and very present desire to have a workforce and the use and students being part of a workforce, is misaligned in many ways with a framework that requires it to be genuine temporary entrant. And that temporary, in my view, is not a contemporary way in which we should be looking at engaging with our international student community. And we need to look at that narrative separately. Rod, I'll bring in some reflections through the presentation in terms of where we're currently at, our visa performance, which is both good and bad. But I'll also, in the presentation, maybe pick up a few insights from the work that we've in Australia been doing with our Department of Home Affairs as well.
Fantastic. One thing I was also going to preface our discussion on was that during COVID, all of us in the room, including Icef, we all experienced a huge drop in our businesses and our revenue, and for a lot of us that meant that we had to staff moved on, staff left, staff got sick of waiting for things to reopen, people needed jobs in other areas. And I think, obviously in the immigration department and the issuing of visas, the fact that those visa issuing centres would have massively had to downscale their workforces, and then suddenly, within a period of a few months where suddenly everything's opening up, well, let's say there's been, some preparation time and we knew that it was going to open up again. But, we've all had some, sort of regrowing pains in terms of trying to bring on new staff, train new staff. And I'm sure that's been something, Celia, that you guys are probably experiencing perhaps right now.
That's absolutely right, Rod. So New Zealand also had a really swift and firm response to COVID-19, and were also quick to close our borders. Not a decision that was taken lightly, but one that was essential. And the New Zealand government's position was one of public health and protecting New Zealanders and everyone that was in New Zealand from COVID-19. So we also closed our borders in March 2020, and they are still closed to most. So we are reconnecting, and we will be open by 31 July. So we have two pieces of work underway at the moment. One, and both of them start with R, and neither is around rest or relaxation, I can tell you that. So we have Reconnecting New Zealand, and we also have an Immigration Rebalance. So we've had two significant pieces of work underway.
Fantastic. Brett, you touched on GTE, and I think for a lot of providers and agents in the room, and I know Icef, the local onshore agents association, has been lobbying pretty hard around GTE. Can you tell us a bit more about where you think that might go, or is it not going anywhere? Or
No, great point. The simplified student visa framework, when it was initially implemented, and the intentions of the framework were around trying to deal with massive, rapid volumes of applications. And it's interesting. I mean, we are, we're not talking a few thousand, obviously. Cast your mind back to where we were back in the 2017-18 programs. And interestingly, as an aside, not immigration related, but in 2017, the Australian government released a report based on Deloitte and EduWorld estimations of where Australia's international education population would be in 2025. I don't know if anyone remembers this. It was a 2017 report for 2025. And the number was we would have 1 million international students in Australia in 2025. That was inflated a bit. It was actually, the calculation was 940,000. So the programs that were put in place at the time were trying to look at how globally they were able to assess applications in a manner which had a subjectivity to it. And the subjectivity was the case officers being able to make a determination around the genuine student component, the academic component, and that genuine temporary entrance. So the other factors of economic condition, personal ties, and those motivations. And so that underlying premise of the subjectivity was what enabled the system to be designed to do rapid pace assessments, similar to what would occur in a tourist visa setting. So I'm not, I guess, critical of what the fundamental reasons were. What we've seen is obviously our volumes are different now, but that's to the by. What I'd say is we've seen over time, I would say, a variance between what the motivations of our students indeed are in coming to Australia, and potentially some of the issues even in more recent times, Rod, which are systemic due to potentially staff training, staff turnover, a re-engagement in student visa processing, because the system wasn't necessarily broken. It wasn't perfect, but it wasn't necessarily broken if you go back pre-pandemic. Looking at the statistics, okay, so the ELICOS sector, for example, in the 2018-2019 grant period, we were operating in mid-90s, 92, 93%, sometimes higher.
Success rate, you're talking?
Grant rate.
Yeah, grant rate.
So for every 100 applications, 90 plus of those were getting through the system, okay? Now, if you look at it, in terms of a way of processing large volumes of applications, doing it in a manner which had to have some rigor, and there are probably things that we as individuals don't have access to that case officer as doing the assessments would, you're probably not going to get 100%. We were getting 100% in a number of markets, and that's why it's frustrating now when we see an application decline from Japan, because we're used to getting 100% or very close to 100% students from Japan, from France, from Italy. You know, these are incredibly high visa grant rates. So the system, and I'm talking about the SSVF and GTE system, wasn't necessarily broken, but I'm saying where we are now, there are issues, and we need to be having dialogue, and thankfully the department isn't against a dialogue with us, looking at how do we have a reflection on whether this current system is still operating right, whether it is back to a training and development and QA issue, because that's something we can resolve pretty quickly, right? If our own member colleges can identify that a few individuals are creating the biggest impact on visa rejections, then we can start to isolate whether it's an issue. Because at the moment, there is no policy directive around a number of visas that need to be rejected, okay? So the system works perfect, it should be fair. However, my personal view is, and this is what I said earlier, Rod, the narrative between inviting students to come here only on a temporary basis, what's the definition of temporary if you're coming to be a member of our community? And I think we need to look at ways in which the students' motivation for coming here, I do believe they need to be a genuine student if they're coming on a student visa, or select a different visa. But if you're coming to study on a student visa, you're coming to study. But that shouldn't limit your ability to stay, do work, you know, fill employment shortages where there's a requirement to do so, enjoy life, have travel within a defined period. So I think there's elements of the framework, in my view, that we need to have a really sensible discussion with how this is future-proofed in a more contemporary way.
And I'm going to come back to you in a sec to ask you, my next question is going to be, what advice are you going to give to schools and agents about how to make sure that they, you know, meet GTE? But we're going to come back to that one. Celia, am I right in assuming that student visa applications, you're open to receiving them now and have been, or you're not open to receiving them?
Not just yet, no.
Right,
so
okay,
we've had specific border exceptions. So we've got about 5,000 nominated students who are going through the visa system.
Yep.
But we open for general student visa processing at the end of July.
Okay, so that's actually the you're open to receiving them on the last
from that.
Yep, sure,
yes.
sure. Okay, and so are you anticipating a large flood of applications?
It's a really difficult thing to do, which is to forecast the incoming volume. We've got really good relationships with partner countries, and you know, we do talk to the Australian immigration colleagues. A number of countries did experience really high volumes when they reopened, because there's a lot of that pent-up demand. So you know, we're a little bit lost as to what may come into the system, but we are preparing for the opening. And we're also asking education agents and the providers in New Zealand to do their bit in terms of encouraging applications that are complete and that have the information we need to make a decision. So we've updated 2 checklists for international students on the website, and that highlights the supporting information and evidence that we want. It saves us having to go back to the agent or the student to ask for extra information, which will help the application move through the system faster.
And so, Brett, it's the same. It's the question I was about to ask you. Like, how important, you know, what message have you got to the schools and the agents in terms of, you know, getting it right the first time, not clogging up the system with poorly completed visa applications?
Yeah, thanks, Rod. The and to the point, I mean, I think Australia would say that we've experienced that exponential growth. You know, in this even period now for English language, you know, the period from January to April, we're dealing with a volume of around 1,500 last year to 16,000 in the system this year. You know, our higher education visas lodgements in the period from January to April match, if not actually, I think, are slightly ahead of where we were back in the 2018-19 period. So, you know, we've seen enormous growth in terms of the volumes in a very short period of time. And obviously in that short period of time, it's not, when I talk about the previous period, you've obviously got other systems and structures in place. So there has been an impact on volume. It's not an excuse not to get things processed. But what we've seen and the work with colleagues at Home Affairs, there's probably 2 or 3 compounding issues. Incomplete applications is the first and major issue in terms of student visas not being processed. Now, within that, we have created in some ways further issues for the Australian system, because when a visa is lodged that's not complete, it gets sent back out for a request for information and it goes back in the queue. So there's a transaction. Now that transaction may be, we need a document translated, so that'll go back into the transaction. And working with our colleagues at Home Affairs to follow up on particular cases, which I often will do, we'll say, here's a batch of students, and they've asked us to they've asked our schools to lodge applications complete 6 weeks in advance. That's the service time that they've said. Complete 6 weeks in advance. They've asked that where possible, all documents are translated into English. Now, this may not have necessarily been the case historically, particularly if we had our South American cohorts being processed out of the Santiago office, which are now being processed here in Adelaide. And so there might have been a bit more of a grey area for translations not being required. If you want to get it processed, if you want to get it processed quick, get it translated. I know there's issues in other parts of the infrastructure, like biomedical information. I know that's an issue. Sometimes English language testing information is an issue. But if those documents aren't there, the application's not complete, so it can't be fully assessed. And so, again, we push hard to try and bat for all of our colleges. We particularly push hard for rejections that we don't feel are appropriate, but we can't advocate, we can't support an application that's not complete.
And so I think the message there for both Australia and New Zealand is that if everyone in the room would obviously like faster turnarounds on all visa applications, and one of the key things is the more applications that are submitted that are not fully complete, that may be marginal in terms of their success rate, please understand that's going to affect everybody else's visa application times.
It can also just lead to declines as well. So we call them declines, but that's the visa refusal. So for example, New Zealand's funds assessment is thorough for the students and their financial capability, because it's really important to us that students don't need to rely on their work rights, that they've got funds to look after themselves. We don't want students to end up in a vulnerable situation. So our funds assessments are really thorough. And in our checklist, for example, we explain that if there are lump sum deposits into the account, we'd like to see evidence of where that's come from. Applications that just provide the bank statement with lump sums and no explanation would be declined. So that complete and supporting information doesn't just add to processing delays, it can also lead to a declined or a refusal decision.
And Celia, have there been recent changes in regard to financial capacity and assessment, and have there for student visas, and have there been any other changes for New Zealand student visas that the audience should be aware of?
Yeah, so New Zealand's over the COVID period has undertaken and launched an immigration rebalance, and that affects many different types of visa categories. So in the workspace, we've got some new changes coming in July for accredited employer work visas. But in the student space, we've had 2 main areas of policy reviewed and announced, and one of those is in regards to the funds that a student must bring with them. So that has increased from 15,000 per year to 17,000 New Zealand dollars per year for the school sector, and 20,000 New Zealand for the tertiary English language and vocational space. So that's purely a reflect of cost of living increase. The last time New Zealand's funds requirements were reviewed was in 2010, so it's long overdue. And again, that just points to where the government wants, which is students who are safe and can afford to be in New Zealand studying internationally. The other major change has been in the post-study work visa eligibility space. So there have been changes there, mainly looking at the non-degree level 7 and below, so probably affecting a lot of the vocational space. And that's seen some changes to who can get a post-study work visa after they study, with an emphasis on allowing students who have the skills that New Zealand is looking for. So it's the skills shortage argument around needing to attract and retain talent and skills, rather than any program that is under degree. So that's probably the biggest two areas affecting the international education space.
Thanks. Brett, I guess I think recently there's been, have there been changes in terms of work rights for international students in Australia? And perhaps you could summarise quickly a few of those for us.
Oh, I mean, throughout the pandemic, there were a number of additional sectors which enabled students to have extension of work rights in areas of skill shortages. The government policy implemented earlier this year, and it was initially implemented, and I should preface, on a temporary basis, which was due to end in April 2022, was the extension of allowance of unlimited work rights in terms of for international students. There were a number of other visa initiatives, and I should preface, there was, during those first few months of border reopening, we had student visa waivers, so students were getting visa-free application fees, but the temporary work rights was due to end in April. It was extended due to the election period, and when the federal government went into a caretaker mode, that program was extended out. Obviously, we have a new government formed, but some of those policy decisions haven't been reviewed yet. So there is some uncertainty as to when that program may be revoked in terms of unlimited work rights or allowances. But we, in terms of our role and working closely with the Department of Home Affairs, is to say we'll need some form of awareness in terms of a time frame. And this is, I think, our biggest risk is a short-term policy adjustment. So yeah, one thing that we are pushing for is to say, oh, we respect that this is still being implemented on a temporary nature, but we at least will need some form of notification for students that are in Australia or en route, that it won't just be a sudden change.
Yeah, so we also recognise absolutely that need for certainty as we reconnect and look to welcome international students back. So while I think the immigration announcements were probably not as far in advance as some in the education sector would have liked, they were as far in advance as possible, so that everyone knew where they stood when the recruitment resumes and the visa processing opens. So absolutely agree with Brett. We also work very closely with the education peak bodies in New Zealand, and we're very lucky actually that government agencies are also very joined up, immigration and education space, and so we all work together to try and lay down that certainty as soon as possible.
Brett, any recent changes in post-study work rights in Australia?
There have been. I'm probably not as au fait with them. I'll step back from post-study work rights on that one.
No worries. But you might be able to comment on what I believe recently we've seen some changes in the nationalities in let's say the rankings in terms of visa applications and visa grants. I think Nepal seems to have featured quite highly lately. Can you tell
absolutely. I think in some ways the Nepalese caseload, we've seen quite a significant increase, and through that we've had that probably over the last 2 years as well. In Nepalese students that we're in Australia that have transitioned from our English sector into our vocational sector or higher education. For us in English language, we've seen some incredible growth out of Thailand, and indeed the Thailand caseload. Thailand student commencements for Australia as at March in English language were up 180% on this time last year, and to put that into perspective, there's China #1, Thailand #2, and Colombia and Brazil moving down in order after those numbers as well. One of the issues is when we see high spikes in caseload and growth, it often triggers equally harsh measures or spikes in rejections, and it's something we do need to balance out and work closely with, particularly Home Affairs. But again, ways in which we can put mechanisms for having open lines of communication. Whether we see that if it's a case refusal for an unjust reason and we can have a dialogue as to why, whether we see a trend in case officers and it may be a training development issue. I'm not, again, I don't think there's any policy initiatives to see those growths, but there are triggers when they see high volumes from particular single source markets.
And of course, we have different statistics for onshore grants and different statistics for offshore grants. And I might be testing your memory of stats here, but I guess all of us are particularly keen to know in terms of the offshore grants, what sort of trajectory and numbers are we seeing in terms of offshore grants?
Yeah, great question, and I should have looked at that one. I can couple it together. I can give you overall grant rates. If you look at the grant rate program across all grants in Australia year to date, April, you're operating just over 90% now. So it's about 90.2% of all visa lodgements are granted. Within English language, our LICOS sector, we are not at that rate. English language sector is down to about 86% in overall lodgements. Only worse than us is VET at around 85% in terms of grant rate. Where the numbers are I guess, swayed, it's in postgraduate research and non-award, which have high 90s in there. For us, the concern is if we look at that comparable to where we were back in 2018-19, it's the decline in those grant rates, and it's the offshore decline. And I don't have the statistics, but we do know particular markets that where we've seen the grant rates in offshore is far less. Mongolia, for example, the grant rate at the moment is around 34% of all student applications granted in English language. And for us, that asks and begs the question, why? Because our providers will say, these are great students, long-term, committed, all had great immigration history. So when we see grant rates of that regard, we start to ask questions. When we see the demographics of if you are an English language student and you are over 50, you're applying, you've got at most 30% chance of getting a visa granted. When you go older, in the next age bracket, you're getting down to 20%. So if you're a professional looking to learn English from offshore to come to Australia, your chances are going to be very low, unless you write a very good GTE statement and be able to justify why, and that the cost of the economic study and the inconvenience of the travel, and that you don't have a family coming or you do have a family coming. Sorry, that was I'm sure we could all go into those examples. But yeah, so Rod, it's a mixed bag, and you're always expected to be so. But for us, working at the moment, it's to really understand if we have an imperative of Australia being reopened, and if we have our Austrade setting up great work and support resources for agents and international education community to bring back students. We've got our Department of Education strategy for bringing back students. We need to ensure there is a whole of government approach, and that's where I think looking at that contemporary nature of the program, it's what do we need to do to make sure that some of the rejections that we see, which talk to the student, referencing that they might want to work in Australia, well, they should be able to. They've got work rights. If they've talked to that, they want to travel when they're in Australia, well, they should be able to. If they want to bring a family member with them, well, they should be able to. Like, these shouldn't be issues. If they can study English language in their home country, they should still be able to come here and do it. These aren't reasons for rejection in a sensible model. And it's making sure that when we look at those fundamentals of the genuine temporary entrant, they are aligned with what we want as I think a more broader Australian international education community.
Sounds like there's an opportunity there for someone to set up a GTE coaching service.
Right. Ian Ed.
Sorry. They laughed.
We also have a similar, we have a bona fides assessment, which is our equivalent of the genuine temporary entrant, but our system obviously makes allowances for the fact that there are policy pathways for students after they finish their study. And also our policies do allow people to apply for visas onshore. So we do have, past when we had students coming in, students that may come in for English language and then may apply for a further student visa, or potentially they found a job offer and met the relevant work visa requirements. So we don't usually see their intention to do something beyond the study as a reason for decline in itself, but we will look at the situation of the student and their home country. So it's more a case of, if we said no, could we be guaranteed that they'd leave New Zealand? So that's where our assessment comes in. So I don't want to say it sounds a little bit more advanced, but you know how our relationship works with Australia. But I mean, it absolutely causes an issue for the sector. We also receive questions about decisions, and you are right, I think, in the beginning, that the immigration officers do see additional documents or reasoning that may not be publicly visible to the agent even, or the education provider. But getting that balance right is certainly where we are aiming for. Immigration New Zealand has a organisational strategy that is striking the balance between protection and facilitation. So we're constantly striving to work with our sector around achieving that.
And should agents expect to see any difference in the ways in which their student visa applications are managed once you open up compared to how they were managed pre-COVID? Should they expect any changes or anything different?
So we also have moved our processing onshore to New Zealand. So all of our processing. So there was already a sequence in play before the pandemic, but the pandemic really caused us to have to look at our operations and have to be financially responsible as well. And so we had to take the decision to close our student visa processing in Mumbai. And also our processing in Beijing in China. So when we reopen, the agents and students will see their applications being processed in New Zealand. Now, obviously, that is no doubt undoubtedly going to see some changes because you have New Zealanders processing, and again, we'll have that loss of local language ability. But we have been working really hard on preparing the teams for those markets. And we are lucky that our seconded New Zealanders that were overseas running those operations are still with us. And so they are imparting all of their knowledge and training into New Zealand officers. But I think, just probably would request a little bit of patience because there will be teething issues as we open with this onshore processing model. But we're really committed to making it work.
Am I right that pre-COVID, Immigration New Zealand invested very heavily in digital capacity in terms of the processing systems, and did that continue through COVID, or was it kind of put on hold, or how did
it has continued? Thank you. I'm pleased you brought that up. It has continued, and in fact, it's one of the Anzas I presented actually in 2014, talking about our new online system for student visa applications. And here we are again talking about an enhancement to that platform. So Immigration New Zealand has again invested heavily in working to launch an enhanced processing experience. And this will see student visas move on to that platform over the next little while. We don't have an exact date yet, but we already have commenced with visitor visas for people that were in New Zealand, and our visitor visa opens up, of course, shortly as well. We also had a residence visa product that was launched onto that platform. And so it does change the way that we work and how we process, but from the user experience, there's a whole lot more integration. So things that caused issues for agents and students, such as does my student need a chest x-ray, or when did they last have their medical? Is it still valid? And all of that is done through the integration of the system. So we're really looking forward to when student visas go into that.
Any idea when that might happen?
No, not yet, but Icef will be one of the first to know.
Excellent, thank you very much. Watch out for the Icef monitor. And does that mean when that happens that basically all student visas must be lodged digitally through that platform, or that's yet to be determined?
It's an interesting question. Students, thankfully, were very high users of our online system anyway. Some markets lagged behind a little bit and were still submitting paper. We don't yet have a mandate for online only, but it is something that we would work towards. It's just the ease of being able to move the work around when needed, you know, to deal with volume pressures. And it obviously just cuts down on that transition time through the postal system. So,
You have a big facility in Palmerston North, I believe. Is that one of your big processing centres? And
That's
maybe
absolutely right.
Auckland as well?
yes, so we've had border exceptions done through Auckland, the student visas through that, as well as Palmerston North, and we're currently in the finalisation stands of planning for when we receive the new applications coming in from July. But Palmerston North is our student centre.
Excellent. So, guys, we've got about 5 minutes to go, and I'm going to sort of turn over to you, Brett, for any sort of, you know, give you a couple of minutes for closing, you know, comments and any sort of crystal ball, you know, gaze the future that you want to reflect on. But over to you again, Brett.
Thanks, Rod. Yeah, I don't know if I've got any crystal balling. I think, I guess today, you know, and we could have opened up to questions, and some of my comments I was maybe making in jest around, you know, the reasons we see for GTE rejections. Perhaps it's also just to let you, particularly our agent community, know that we're aware of some of the deficiencies and some of the issues that are in the system as well. Whilst, again, I preface that I don't think the fundamentals of the program is broken. I think there are elements of it which we could do better at, and that's something that I do want to be acknowledged, and certainly something that we will be working on behalf of our, you know, sector and with our colleagues just today. So I mean, earlier today, you know, I met with representatives from Universities Australia and representatives from Independent Tertiary Education Council of Australia, ITECA, and we were discussing visa issues for us to take to our Education Visa Consultative Committee, which a group formed by Home Affairs. And it's because we can actually have a community of educational peak body professionals table issues with Home Affairs. I think it's a positive. I guess I wanted to reinforce that we are aware of some of the present issues with volumes increasing and grant rates. And so whilst we haven't accepted questions on particular cases today, you know, I do want to acknowledge that these aren't unknown and aren't something that we won't support you on. You know, it's well known in terms of our role that, you know, your businesses and all the hard work that you do, particularly our education agents, you know, the reward is often very far down the track, and, you know, after enrolment and when all of that work's gone in place. So yeah, the rejections that we see that aren't fair or just, we'll continue to lobby hard against. I think, you know, at the moment we've got a new government in Australia. I think it's a really positive time for us to now be looking at how we can improve some of the ways we work together. And, you know, the visa component, I don't think is a barrier, but it is something that we can certainly improve.
Thanks, Brett. Over to you, Celia.
So I think for us, we're looking forward to the students coming back to New Zealand. We absolutely appreciate that all of the sector have had to deliver education in new ways, and we've got students that started their online offshore journey thinking it would only be a few months before they could go to New Zealand, and some of them are finding themselves a couple of years down the track now. So we appreciate the frustration that has caused for them, and really look forward to welcoming them back. Please take advantage of the support mechanisms that exist. So for education agents, we're Education New Zealand colleagues here run the Enza program, which is a great network for agents to join, and we have frequent webinars and you can approach for information. So that would be fantastic. Just lodging those complete applications, making sure that the evidence is there. With these increased volumes that have come to partners around the world, we have obviously seen an increase too in the negative side of immigration that you do find, which can involve document fraud, qualification fraud, and all of those types of things. So remember that the immigration officials are just trying to do their best as well. And if I can speak probably on behalf of my Australian colleagues, you know, everyone is just trying to do the best, and it does take a lot more work for it, certainly in New Zealand, to decline a visa than it does to approve. So it's not something that's done on a whim. And, you know, we appreciate, though, that it's difficult for you when you do get a decline. And so, again, we work with the peak bodies and the providers around that as well and try and make sure that everyone gets a positive outcome.
So be patient, be kind, and let's all pray for faster visa processing. No, just joking. We are going to wrap up here, guys. Celia will be on the Combined Education New Zealand and Immigration New Zealand booth with Genevieve for the next 2 days. Brett will be on the English Australia booth for the next 2 days. So feel free to go and have a chat with them. I'm going to ask you to just hold around for 1 minute after we end the session. I've got a few housekeeping items for you. But thank you so much, Brett, and thank you so much, Celia, and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Celia, you've cut, I presume. I'm just going to do some housekeeping. So from now, we're going to head across to the welcome reception. So if you exit this door, turn right, and